So please go to safety. My Lord is willing. Have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch it fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blended kind of girl. Telling how you could see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just pain off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go to safety. My Lord is willing. Have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch it fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blended kind of girl. Telling how you could see the pain these people living in, all while trying to fit in. No true purpose, just pain off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go to safety. My Lord is willing. Have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch it fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear me? Wake up or stay stuck. We need the light, and that's some more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love. Christ is that love. We need love, much more love.
Greetings, everybody. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate your patience. Bear with me for a second. Okay. So yeah, thank you all for tuning in. Please hit the like button as you arrive. Please feel free to share. You can support the show by sharing the stream and also by hitting the Cash App, MoLove8686, MoLove8686, or the Super Chat. So tonight's topic is physically free, yet mentally bound by the past. And I will use two stories and two different scriptures to align with this topic. Let me speak to the people that I see. Of course, shout out to you, Irby. I always appreciate your continued support. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hey, Latanya, I love you too. I appreciate you for tuning in and for showing your support. Hey, Ron, good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you. And yes, again, please remember to hit the like as you come in. So tonight we are dealing with something that doesn't look obvious all the time, but it is something that's destroying a lot of people quietly. And that's being physically out of something, but mentally still stuck in it. Because the truth is, some of you or some of us are not stuck because God hasn't moved. We're stuck because our minds keep going back to what he already brought us out of, right? And if we don't deal with that, then you'll keep asking God to free you from something he already delivered you from. Yeah, so tonight we're going to expose how looking back will actually keep you bound and how the enemy uses your memory against you and how to actually move forward for real, for real. Hey, Bolo.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, what's up? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. A little slow today, but I'm good.
Okay, good. Thanks so much for your dedication towards the stream. I appreciate it.
How are you doing?
It's been a very busy day, very interesting weekend, but I'm good.
That's
Thank
good to
God.
hear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna open up with prayer and then I'll go into the first point. If you want to add after I pray before I go into the point, that's cool too. Okay. Dear Lord, we come before you tonight. God, we're asking for clarity. We're asking for discipline and for truth. And I ask that you please expose every area in our minds where we are still tied to what you already brought us out of. The mind is a battlefield all in itself. I ask that you break every emotional attachment, every mental cycle, and every pattern that keeps us looking back instead of moving forward. Lord, I ask that you please teach us how to align our thoughts with your will and not our feelings. And God, I ask that you give us the strength to let go. And please give us the wisdom to move forward. And more importantly, the discipline to stay there. And Lord, we come against confusion that's running rapid. We come against the spirit of stagnation and every lie that keeps us bound. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen.
So the first point, did you want to add before I start with the first
No,
point?
no, go ahead. No, you good.
Okay. So the first point, again, the topic is physically free yet mentally bound by the past. Um, I was going to tie the scripture Genesis 19:26, where it speaks about Lot's wife, who chose to look back, and that's where she became stuck. And the first point is emotional attachment will override clear instruction. So God gave a clear instruction for her not to look back, but her emotions were still tied to what God was already destroying. And that's something that, we can apply to today. When your heart is still connected to your past, you will disobey what God is trying to do next in your life. Did you want to add to that?
Yeah. Again, forgive me. I'm gonna talk a little slow, so
Mm-hmm.
forgive me on that.
No problem.
Um, just to kind of spread out what you were saying pertaining to Genesis 19. God is literally pulling uh, Lot's family out of destruction. The city is burning, judgment is fallen, and mercy is given them a way out. And in this instruction, there was something given to them that was simple. Don't look back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But Lot's wife, and they don't give you a name to her, but Lot's wife looked back anyway. And she turned into a pillar of salt, as you said.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it wasn't a glance. It wasn't a glance. It was an attachment. And this is why, to just expound on what Mo Love is saying, why she was turned into a pillar of salt. It wasn't a glance. It was an attachment. There was something that was still there, that was left in her. Although that she was moving, there was something there that kept her spirit back there. She was physically
Mm-hmm.
leaving Sodom, but mentally, emotionally, spiritually, she was still there. That look back said these things, that life still had a piece of her. I'm not really ready to go. I'm not really fully ready to let go. And what
Mm-hmm.
I'm leaving still matters more than where I'm going. And that's where many people get stuck pertaining to what Mo is talking about, right? Can God
Mm-hmm.
bring you out? Whether it be a toxic relationship, old habits, sinful environments, broken cycles. But if your heart is still parked there, you're not really free. This is why the Lord talks about a renewed heart. This is
Mm-hmm.
why he tells you the fight starts in the mind. This is why he tells you you need to have the helmet, because it starts there. Everything else means nothing. You can have the breastplate on, you can have the shield, you can have all those things. If you do not have that helmet, if your heart is not changed, everything else means nothing. So Jesus even echoes this in Luke 17:32. Remember Lot's wife. Why? Because this is not just a story, it's a warning.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
That's so true. Thank you so much for that. Shout out to you, Izzy. Thank you so much for the 4.99 super chat. He said, show Mo love, hit the like button, support through the Cash App, Mo Love 8686. Thank you again so much for the support.
That's what's up. Keep it up. I thank God from above that you show more love. That you show more love. Cash flowing, spirit going, the support. Keep it going.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So to tie into what you just said, Bolo, the second point that I wanted to connect along with the topic in that particular story, looking back disrupts forward movement. So she was already being delivered, but one look back stopped her completely. And that shows us that progress is not just about movement, it's about being focused, because the moment you look back, you interrupt what God is doing ahead.
Absolutely. You know, and again, you have to understand the difference between a glance and a stare.
Right.
You know, you have to understand the difference. The intentions are different, right? A glance is just
Right.
to make sure, you know, everything is what it is as you're moving away from it. You know, nothing is chasing you or whatever the situation might be.
Right.
You know, a stare, it says more mentally.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's more intent behind it. So now we got to start going into the intent. You know, this story was very specific. It didn't give you too many different breakdowns, right? It's a very uh, linear story. Listen, man, there's too much wickedness in this place. It's time to bounce. Don't look back. It's very linear, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and again, the stare signified so much. It signified so much. So, to what Mo is saying, it's more than just a physical thing. It's a spiritual thing. I mean, and just to correlate it, guys, because you know sometimes people don't really get too caught up in the Bible, right? Um, everybody have seen, I believe it was Casino. Right? I don't know if you've seen that movie. Have you seen that movie, Casino?
I have not.
You haven't seen Joe Pesci, Robert De Niro, and I mean they
Mm-mm.
played in a lot of movies together. But okay, so this was the mob getting. This is when they first started breaking into Las Vegas. You know, this is like at its infancy. And there was one guy who met this woman who was a grifter. So, in other words, she would know how to, wheel and deal with the high rollers. And he saw it because this is where the world he came from. So he was able to pinpoint it, right? How she was
Mm-hmm.
able to take watches and things and jewelry and use people or whatever. So he fell in love with her. He fell in love with her. And her heart was with somebody else
Mm-hmm.
from her past. So, she's getting married and she's on the phone with the dude crying, I don't want to do this or whatever, whatever. And he was like, yo, listen, do what you need to do to sever your past. Do
Mm-hmm.
what you need to do because you're about to move on. But as you move on later, you start seeing that this guy is still in her life. This guy is still using her, taking her jewelry that he gives to her and giving it to him because he just can't get all, he can't get no good luck. Anytime he tries to do something, he gets caught up. He borrows money from people. And it gets to a point where he was meeting up with the guy's wife
Mm-hmm.
and she had a lot of money and she gave it to him. So he walks in, the husband, and he says, no, take the bread. Take the bread because let me give you mine too, because when you rob from her, you rob from me. The point of the story is, although she had moved on, her spirit was still back there with this guy and not with her husband.
Mm.
That was the point. And it didn't matter how many times he caught them and whatever the situation might be, her heart was there. So again, physically you can move on, but your heart still be with somebody or be with something. So we have to be mindful, and this is why the Lord talks about the heart, how deceitful it can be, who can know it. This is why he says, excuse me, turn it over to him
Mm-hmm.
because he's the only one that can know it. He's the only one that can rectify it. He's the only one that you should trust with it. So, yeah. And that was just an example for guys and gals that don't read the scriptures, that will understand where, this chapter and the next that you're going to pull up comes from.
Yeah. So, and that was point two. Looking back disrupts what God is doing ahead. Yeah. So once your focus begins to shift, normally your behavior is right behind it. You know.
Mm.
And that's something that doesn't just apply to relationships. It also could apply to family trauma. Like you may not be in the same household anymore as someone. You may be under, but you may not be under those same conditions. But if your mind keeps going back to what was said or what was done and how you were treated, you start responding to your present through your past. And we can apply that to so many things in life. Now, and that's why yeah, it's just a dangerous thing. Like looking back disrupts your ability to move forward completely. It's a very dangerous and unwise thing.
And I don't want you and I to sound uh, contradicting to what we talk about in the past. When we talk about learning from your past, there's a
Yeah,
difference.
that's different.
There's a
Uh-huh.
difference between learning from your past and being trapped in your past.
Right.
There's a difference. You learn from your past. You learn from where you made the mistakes, and you move on. You learn from it. Doesn't mean that you're not going to slip at it again. It means that you're aware of it. And sometimes
Yeah.
you need to just slow things down. Being trapped in your past comes through that regret, trying to
Mm-hmm.
relive or not trying excuse me, reliving that past daily,
Mm-hmm.
minutely, hourly, um, every day, and allowing that past to control your present, which does not prepare you for your future. You're ill prepared. So there's a difference, and we have to slow things down to understand the difference. And typically, when we get caught up in it, it is hard to see the difference.
Right. And that's where normally self-sabotage happens. Staying stuck in the past. Hey, Hustler Muscular, good to see you. Hey, D, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Please remember to hit the like. So, my third point in reference to like Lot's wife, you can be out of something physically, but still bound mentally. So Lot's wife, she did leave the city physically, but mentally she never left. And that is one of the most dangerous forms of bondage because it's something that's not visible. So you can look free, you can appear to have moved on, but internally you're still tied to what you left. And this is how generational trauma and even racial history is another one that can operate if it's not processed correctly, because you can be in a completely different time with different opportunities, different access. Your surroundings could be different, but if your mindset is still rooted in what was, it will shape how you see everything that is. And pertaining to history, because I see a lot of people stuck and still angry about the past. So, and I do want to be clear, history matters, and that pain that people went through is real. But when past experiences, whether personal, family, or cultural, when it becomes the primary lens through which you interpret your life, it can create a form of internal bondage. So now you're not just living, you're actually reacting, and that can cause you to become guarded before anything even happens, and it can make you defensive before anything is even said. Yeah, and you start to carry weight that is no longer physically present but still mentally active. And again, I see that a lot when it comes to cultural opinions and things that we've experienced.
Absolutely. I wanted to highlight a word that you used that I think is so powerful, but it goes under the radar a lot.
Hey,
And
Sigma. Mm-hmm.
and that was reacting.
Right.
A lot of the times we get caught up in reactions to our past, whether it be trauma, history, a lot of things. And here's the thing, man. The Lord doesn't want us to react. He wants us to respond. Now,
Mm-hmm.
what's the difference? The difference is response takes thought. React, it doesn't. Reaction is there as a flight or fight mechanism in you so that when you don't have time to process something, you move. That's the part of the brain that takes over and we got to go. That happens in trauma too. So,
Mhm.
especially the portion of her talking about history. The Lord wants us to respond. Did it happen? Absolutely, it did. Were
Mhm.
there atrocities done? Absolutely, there was. The Lord wants us to react. What does He want us to do? Pull out the information from there so that we are able to articulate the lessons that are in it, the
Mhm.
history that we can learn from it, and most of all, how we can apply it to the present so that we are prepared for the future. So everything is needed, but in its proper perspective. So we need to learn the difference between reaction and response.
And articulating it through anger, I don't think is.
I think that's where the reaction comes from, right? When it's
Mhm.
articulated through the anger or articulated through frustration and things of that nature, right? They've heard this argument so many times that some people are like, oh man, I don't want to hear it. Here's the problem. Sometimes things can sound the same but yet be totally different, pertaining to the context and the perspective in which that person or persons is coming from. You can have, here in New York, I think, and I think in every state, there are certain words that we can use that can be articulated as um, being upset, pissed off, starting something, or can be agreeing, like when you say what's up.
Mhm.
Saying what's up can be articulated as what's going on, baby. How's everything going? Or it can be like, what's going on? What we gonna do now? You want to take this to the street? We could do that. So pertaining to where that person or persons are in their life or in the moment, it can be articulated differently. So we can both be saying the same thing and it land differently. So we could be talking about history, and some people may be getting so frustrated from hearing the same thing over and over and not give you a chance to express in totality what you're saying before they try to shut you down. So we have to be mindful
Yeah.
of these things.
Mhm. I agree. That was my last point with
That was your last point.
well,
Typically, you
with
have
Lot
like
Swipe. Did you want to add anything
no, no, no,
else?
no. I
Like,
thought you because usually you have like five. So if that was your last one,
yeah, I only as I studied, I came up with three, but I did also want to reference the Israelites
oh, okay, all
and
right.
how you can start romanticizing the very thing that broke you. So in Exodus 16:3, and I will tie that into my first point, familiar pain feels safer than unknown freedom. So the Israelites were free, but because freedom required them to trust and it required discipline and a new mindset, they started looking back at Egypt like it was better, and this reveals something like really deep and a struggle that they had. People will choose what is familiar, and we see that today too, over what is right if they are not mentally prepared to grow, because growth feels uncomfortable and freedom feels unfamiliar. So instead of embracing where they were, where God was sending them to, they started longing for what they were used to. And even though what they were used to was hurting them, they still long for it. And this is exactly how it plays out today. If you really pay attention, people normally go back to toxic relationships because at least they know what to expect, right? And so many people don't want to start over. And families repeat cycles because dysfunction feels normal, and people resist growth because it requires becoming someone new. And when you're not mentally prepared for change, you will choose I hate this word. You will choose familiarity over over freedom. Even if that familiarity is damaging. You get what I'm saying?
I understand totally what you're
Familiarity.
familiarity, familiarity. There you
Familiarity.
go. There you
Okay,
go.
thank you. I'm country. Hustler Muscular said, question, does a dark past always lead to a dark future?
Absolutely
Only
not.
if you stay in that past.
Right. Absolutely not. You know, um,
Yeah.
when we're talking about Exodus, 16 to what Mo was saying, God delivers Israel out of Egypt, right? And what did he deliver them out of, right? Because what a lot of people don't understand is the original name of Egypt was never Egypt. It was Mizraim. 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 Egypt is a Latin word that means bondage. When you look at the Bible maps, the old maps, that name of Egypt was Mizraim. Just a little history for you guys. So God delivers Israel, he delivers Israel out of Egypt, right? Miraculously too, right? He, through broken chains, through oppression, all these different things physically ended. And I'm just giving a deeper lens to what Mo already said, right? So they start to complain because why? They're brought to the wilderness. So what did the wilderness represent? Because we all have a wilderness in our lives and we're physically going towards one. So what is it? It represents transformation, testing, preparation, right? Not knowing, kind of like having faith. That's basically what it boils into, right? Comfortability. These are all the things that she just said, right? Now think about it. You just were freed from being whipped, making bricks with just straw, not with all the ingredients you needed, and you were just saved from a bondage that was miraculous to the point where the Lord split the Red Sea, saved you, did all these different things, and you want to go back to being enslaved. Think about that. Think about
familiarity.
Again, this is how afraid. This is how afraid people are when it comes to not knowing.
Man,
to what they do know.
So true.
And this is why I say we have to slow these things down, because it gives you a whole different thought process when you slow it down. This is why you'll have a man who's in a relationship, an abusive relationship, where the woman just abuses him mentally, verbally, right? Because that's what he knows.
Right.
Doesn't know anything. He'd rather stay there than go into unknown charted places. Same thing with the woman. Her husband physically abuses her. She'd rather stay there because she knows what makes him tick. If I don't do this, he doesn't get upset. I don't know. I'd rather deal with the devil I do know opposed to the devil I don't. And the devil himself causes you to create this cage that you lock yourself in. So this is why the Lord tells you, love yourself, as you love your brothers, you love yourself. This is why the Lord tells you to start with you. Starts with you. Have a relationship, meditate in me, be with me, give you your heart. They were enslaved, beaten, controlled, but because their minds were still shaped by bondage, they started romanticizing what broke them. And this is where those of us who may not be in that position that man or woman is in, this is where patience is important. This is where patience is key, because you don't know what that man or woman has gone through in their past to get them to where they are. Now, again, there are some people that want to stay there, but it takes time for you to figure that out. It takes time for you to understand that you can't make that judgment call just because a conversation didn't go right. And I find that a lot of people do that. Oh, that person want to stay like that. And you create this thought process in your mind because, maybe you smoked weed and it took you a week to get off of it. And it's taken someone else 8 months, and somehow you create this thought process or this measuring stick that you measure everybody up against because of what you've done. And this is why the Lord says, be mindful. So they were free in body, but still slaves in the mindset. Instead of trusting God for provision, they doubted him, they complained, tried to hold on to manna instead of trusting daily provision. This is why God tells you, when you hear the prayer, give us this day our daily bread.
Daily
bread. We get so caught up into thinking about the future. I got to save this. I got to save that. Sometimes the Lord tells you, my man, you don't even know if you're going to make it to tomorrow. I
Mhm.
understand you got to give tomorrow some type of thought. I get
Right.
that. But your focus should be in the present, in the moment. So these cats, remember, they left with what they had. Israel
Right.
left with what they had. So when they got there, they were like, man, we want food. The Lord gave them angel food. And
Hmm.
he told them, don't save none of it. Don't save none of it. Now, think about that. The Lord is telling you, don't save none of it. And some of them did. Now, what was the significance in that? You don't trust me.
Right.
That's the significance in it. I just split the Red Sea. I just broke down Pharaoh slowly. I didn't break him down fast. I broke him down slow, meticulously. Broke him down. Then, as you know, I split the Red Sea and it was a pillar of fire so that you had time to get across. At night, I was fire. In the daytime, I became shade. You think I'm going to bring you this far to leave you alone?
Hmm.
And that's the thought process. And again, this is why we say all the time, have that relationship with God. Have
Right.
that relationship with God, because that's where the faith kicks in. I don't know where I'm going, Lord, but I trust you.
Yeah. That's good. Hmm. So my second point, replaying the past distorts reality. So pertaining to um the Israelites, they began to say things like, we sat by the flesh pots and had bread to the full, as if Egypt was a
What?
place of abundance,
What?
and any, that it wasn't, but that wasn't the full truth. It was basically selective memory. Um, and because they forgot the oppression, the bondage, but and it was because they forgot the oppression and the bondage and the suffering. And that's what happens when you keep replaying the past. Your mind will basically edit the story, you know?
Absolutely. Why do you think they took that position?
Fear, lack of trust.
Fear, lack of trust, and growth.
Mm-hmm.
There is no comfortability in growth.
Right.
Growth, growth is unfamiliar territory.
Mm-hmm.
You ever be driving your car and you're in a part of Texas that you're familiar with, and you blasting your music and you just, you're having conversation. You ain't paying no mind because you know this place like the back of your hand. But then when you get into that area of Texas that you're not too familiar with, kind of turn the music down just a little bit. Conversations become a little bit stagnant because I don't know where I'm going. And
Right.
I want to make sure. That's what it is. There is no familiarity with growth. It's new, landscape that you're traversing. So you could leave it and still live in it. You can leave a toxic relationship but still be and still think you're unworthy of better. And that's where
Mm-hmm.
the enemy gets you. The enemy
Because
gets you in.
even,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
no, that's true. Because even a person could know that something is painful and they'll stay because it's something that's predictable, and
Right.
that predictable thing can feel, I guess, safer in the moment versus the unfamiliar.
And that's what we're afraid of.
Yes.
We're afraid of the unfamiliarity of what can't come, but that's where faith comes in. Belief is a different thing. Belief is a different thing. Faith is
Right.
a different thing. Faith is to believe without seeing. Now, I don't know what's around that corner, but I know the Lord has us. For you to have that type of thought process in your mind, that means that you have to have a relationship with someone. For you to sit there and say, listen, I don't know how Bola going to get it. I don't know. I don't, but I've been around this dude enough to know that he got a plan. I don't know what the plan is. And a lot of the time, sometimes he may not know what the damn plan is, but in the last second, a plan happens. So I'm going to go with that because I know we have a past, right? So when you have a past with someone, you can kind of gauge where it might go or where it may not go. So when you have a relationship with the Lord, you can that's where your faith is built. But if you don't, you have nothing to refer to. I remember when, I was young and that pit bull was going to kill me. And this eagle came out of no place and scratched the eyes out the pit bull. That couldn't have been nothing but God. So I can refer back to that and say, yeah, the Lord got me. If you don't have that, then faith is it's not there. So you can be delivered from something, but not yet transformed, right? Because freedom is a process. It's not just a moment. You have to, freedom is a thought process that we're wrestling with every day, that we make a conscious choice to every day, right? It's not an easy situation. And a lot of the times us as human beings, we get tired, Mo. We get tired,
Of course.
and sometimes we just like, you know what, man, it's just better,
I'm tired now. But I refuse to give up. Amen.
That's the point. The Lord tells you there is no rest for the weary. And when you look up that word weary, and we like looking up words here. When you look up that word weary, I hope I spell it right. I'm a bad speller. But weary, a feeling of showing extreme tiredness, especially as a result of excessive exertion. That's past tired.
It is.
The Lord is telling you there is no rest for the weary. But in other words, he comes back to you and says, I am your rest. Now that sounds like a contradiction. The hell does that mean? There's no rest for the weary in this world. You will continue to fight, and you'll be on that hamster wheel all day. But the Lord is telling you, in me is where you find your rest.
Yeah.
In me is where you find your peace. So if you're looking for that, in me, you'll get it. If you're in the world, you will continue to strive and strive and strive till you burn yourself out. So, and I won't be long. There's two different types of freedom, right, that we have to kind of stretch out. We have physical deliverance. God brings you out. Israel out of Egypt, Lot out of Sodom. And then there's a mental and spiritual transformation. God renews you within. Learning to trust God daily. Exodus 16, right? Your daily bread. Letting go completely. Okay. Genesis 19. What does that mean? Letting go of what you thought you had, or what you thought it was, or what your breakdown was, or what you thought this thing is, because the way we were taught in this world was totally opposite of what the Lord is. This is why you have a lot of divorces, you have a lot of breakups, you have a whole lot of these different things, because the way love was taught to us, it doesn't look like that when it comes into the Lord. Now, the Lord gives us a foundation of it. Don't get it twisted. In 1 Corinthians 13 and Ephesians, he gives it, but there's a lot of other stuff that come with it. We think that if we feel good, then that means it's popping. We good. But then when that pain part comes, this can't be love. This can't be that. You know what I'm saying? Being a parent, you want to be your child's friend.
Pertaining to marriage, though, I have witnessed a lot of people stick through some very traumatic things, and sometimes divorce is the only option. And there are, reasons where a divorce would be valid.
Well, that's why I referenced.
Biblically speaking.
Well, that's why I referenced 1 Corinthians 13. Okay, 1 Corinthians 13 and Ephesians 16. Ephesians 5 or 6. A lot of the times, we have this definition. You can have a couple that get into a marriage and they have a definition of what they may define what love is, but Christ gives us the true definition of it, right? What it is and how it should work. And sometimes we have this predisposition of what we think it should be, and then when we get into something, it's not what we thought it would be. And this is when we say, you know what, this is not what I thought it was, because again, this world teaches us the feeling of love opposed to the action of it in most situations, right? So again, if you're in an abusive relationship, leave it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's not what we're talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. Let me say that. So you have to understand that it starts in the mind too. The Lord is about tearing down all types of thought processes that we were taught that was wrong. And we were
Hmm.
taught wrong. It just is what it is. This is why he tells you to be of this world is at enmity with God. So if you skip the second part, you'll always feel pulled backwards. So you have to let go and let God. And there's two, and I'm glad that you pull out these two stories. You know, it's being captive in two different ways. Physically, they were both let go, but spiritually, in different ways, they were still caught up. One person wanting to be back there, the other people being caught up into what they only knew.
Yeah,
I'm afraid of.
and that's so true. That's the dangers of replaying the past, because you'll only play like certain parts of the story, so you can start highlighting like the moments that felt good, and you'll start minimizing the hurt. And
Mhm.
that's the dangerous thing, because now you start craving something that you know God delivered you from, and that can apply to relationships, family trauma, and even, as we spoke about earlier, racial history. Because if pain is constantly replayed without healing, it can shift from being something you learn from to something that actually starts to shape who you are, your identity. And when it shapes your identity, it shapes your reality. And that's what we see so many adults, all grown people, stuck in today. You
That's a good
know,
point.
the past became who they are now,
Mm.
and that's the only reality that they can comprehend, you know.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. They get tethered to their past opposed to learning from it. And
Hmm.
that one word that I hate using the word hate, but let me say dislike
Hmm.
is regret. For me, when you come into Christ, it's a useless word. It's useless.
Yeah.
You know, you start thinking about things in the past of what you could have done better, and you can't do it any better. The only
Hmm.
thing you can do better from the past is learn from it and
But
take.
there are things that you know, decisions I've made that I will say that I do regret. Some
Well,
decisions I did not have to make,
well, when I
you
say,
know.
okay, let me be more, okay, so let me draw it out a little bit. Regret to the point where you live in it.
Oh yeah, that's
If you're
dangerous.
going to use
Hmm.
it, okay, so let me say it better. If you're going to use regret in the context of, damn, I shouldn't have did that.
Yeah.
You're using it as a learning platform. Okay,
Hmm.
I I stand corrected. Cool. But if you're using regret in the context of living back there, then it's useless because you can't change what was done.
Right.
You can only learn from it. So if there's a regret, so again, context of looking at how the word is being used, right?
Hmm.
Using the same word, but they have two totally different meanings in the context of how it's being used in the conversation. So if you regret a decision that you made and it's propelled you in a better road to be better as a man, woman, father, son, wife, husband, uncle, whatever, then that's great.
Hmm.
But if that regret keeps you tethered to that moment and you
And
relive it
cycles,
and it
yeah.
cycles, then that's totally off because you can't do anything about the past. You can only learn
Hmm.
from it, right? So you have to take a position of learning from it. You can't change the past unless you got a time machine. And I don't know of any that's been invented yet, right? So you learn from your past, you plan for the future, but you live in the present.
Yeah, that's really good. My third point, a backward mindset will keep you in cycles.
Mm.
So, pertaining to the Israelites, God was leading them to the promised land, but because of their mindset, they stayed in cycles in the wilderness longer than they were supposed to. And this shows that delay is not always about God. Sometimes it can simply be our mindset, you know? Um, because even if your environment can change, or if it does change and your thinking doesn't, your experience won't, regardless of the situation. And we just talked about cycles. This is how they continue. pertaining to relationships too. Like you can enter a new relationship with old fears, and that's gonna damage it. You can approach new opportunities with doubt, that's gonna damage it. And you can interpret new situations through old pain, and that's gonna damage it. And now your past is not behind you, it's influencing everything in front of you. And that's how people stay in those unproductive cycles.
Yeah, 100%.
Hmm.
This is why the Lord tells us to be transformed by the renewing of your mind. That's
Right.
where all of this takes place. We spoke about this a little bit ago, right? That your body is responding to what your mind is saying is going on. Let me say it again. Your body is responding to what your mind is saying is going on. So if you don't have a transformed mind, no matter what environment you're in, it's still the same. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
It's still the same. So you have to transform the renewing of your mind, your thought process, the way you see things. It has to be transformed. If you see everything from a position of hurt, that's what your brain is going to focus on. That's how your body is going to respond. If you see
Hmm.
things from a position of just being lazy, that's how it's going to be, and that's how your body's going to respond. So it's very important that we change the mindset. It's very important. You know, not your location, not your surroundings, your mind. Where your mind stays, your life eventually flows. What you keep looking back at, you'll eventually return to.
Right.
So it starts with the mind, renewing of the mind. Why is this happening? Why did this happen? Blah blah blah. Trying to figure it out and understand it, meditating the Lord, praying with the Father. There's so much going on that you have to get into a quiet space and quiet the noise down so that you can hear those voices individually and address them.
What, all the voices in your head?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah, and even when you consider like the wilderness, it was not something that was meant to be their destination. It was supposed to be a point of transition, you
Correct.
know. But because of their mindset, what was supposed to be temporary became prolonged. And that reveals that a mismanaged mindset, as you stated, it will create like unnecessary delay. We'll start to stay in situations and circumstances longer than God intended. Um and it shows that God did not change the promise, God did not change the destination, but their thinking affected how long it took to get there, you
Absolutely.
know?
And a lot of the times we make uh, temporary stops our permanent life. You know what I mean?
Say that again.
A lot of the times we make temporary stops our permanent life.
Temporary stops are permanent life.
So in other
That's
words,
true.
you're only supposed to be here temporarily, but you find it comfortable, right? That person finds it comfortable. Now I'm staying right here. I'm staying
Right.
right here, my G. I ain't go. I understand I got a plan. I understand that the Lord put me on this mission, but nah, I like this place here better. you
Mm-hmm.
know. So the
That's
wilderness, like
true.
you said, was temporary.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a permanent stop. But what they did was they looked at it as a permanent position. They looked at it and was like, damn, man. They
Mm-hmm.
compared that to what they had, and they were like, at least we knew what it was back then. Here, is this supposed to be our life? Is this what we're
Exactly.
supposed to be doing every day? So they again perspective. You really think the Lord pulled you out of that with such a glorious thing? You think the Lord put you together with such strength and fervor for it not to be glorious? Yeah, you gotta understand the devil, he's gonna mess with you. That's his
Yeah.
job, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. He gonna attack you each way because the Lord is gonna make sure that you're in those four bodies fortified. He's gonna
Mm.
make sure. So be prepared that um where your mind stays, your life eventually follows. And you have to understand that it starts with your mind. And it's not easy. So make sure
It's
you surround yourself with people that that are grounded in the Lord, please, because these are the men and women that will pour into you when when you're broken.
Mhm. Yeah, so I wanted to use, and I'll drop the link if anybody wants to come up. I use those two stories because Lot's wife showed that looking back can stop you instantly, just like that. And the Israelites show us that looking back can keep you in cycles, but both reveal the exact same truth that God can bring you out physically, but if your mind doesn't come out, you won't fully move forward.
I agree.
Hmm.
So um so giving it straight with no sugarcoating it. If you keep replaying it, longing for it, justifying it, then even if God pulled you out, you're still tied to. And
Right?
eventually, like Israel, you'll start saying maybe it wasn't that bad and all these different things. That's how people go back to what broke them in the first place. So real freedom looks like you don't want what God removed. You trust God even when it's uncomfortable. You stop looking back and start looking forward. It's when Egypt no longer feels like home. It's when Sodom loses its grip on your heart.
Hmm.
God's pattern is consistent. He brings you out, then he teaches you how to live out. Don't rush for the second part because being out is a blessing, but being free, that's the transformation. So it's important for you to
Hmm.
understand the difference.
Right. I agree.
So now this is the awkward point when we wait for people to hit the link.
So do you believe that people stay stuck because of what really happened or because of how they think about what happened?
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
So if something bad happened to a person, are they stuck because of what happened? Like they're just stuck there because it was so traumatic? Or do you think that it's really because of the way that they may process it? Sometimes I think people can be dismissive of other
Mhm.
people's pain and say, I don't know. It sometimes depending on the severity,
Mhm.
you know,
Right.
that can.
Let me ask you a question.
Hey, Scam, good to see you.
Has there ever been a situation with you and your two children where there was a situation that they might have, let's say sports, right? Because I know you
Hmm.
have athletic children. And let's say there was a point where, they might be losing the game or whatever, and they're feeling bad. And you walked up to them and gave them that pep talk, like, yo, this ain't no time to feel bad. It's
Hmm.
time to work. Have you ever done that? Give them a pep talk?
I have.
Okay. That's the same thing. Sometimes a person wants to wants to be in that sadness. They want to be in that hurt. And in the moment, dogs, we don't got time for that. You got a game going on right now, my G. We need you to show up and show out. So although right now, y'all losing by 5 and there's only 3 minutes left, yo, you are the star of this team.
You
I
think
need you
that it's really because they want to be?
about want. It's not about want. It's about what the brain creates. I'll give you an example of it. Okay. What changed? Did Peter or the water?
Peter.
Right. He changed. Context changed. Perspective changed. So that dude, and so crazy. I was just having last week this conversation with somebody. When it's the first quarter and that person is at the free throw line,
Hmm.
they don't have a care in the world, right? They're hitting the free throws. Bam, bam, they're hitting it. But here it is, you're down by one. You're down by one, and there's 3 seconds. And he's nervous at the free throw line. What changed?
I missed it.
Okay, I'll say it again to you. It's the first quarter of the basketball game.
Hmm.
And you're at the free throw line. Game just started. They fouled you. Are you nervous at the free throw line in the first quarter?
Um, Maybe.
Okay, you're a veteran. You've played basketball for a
Oh
long
no. Of course
first in the first quarter. Are you nervous?
not.
Right? Okay. So now we're at the fourth quarter. You're down by 2, and there's 5 seconds. We need this game to be tied. Are you nervous?
No. Yes.
Why?
Time. Not knowing the outcome.
Perspective. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing. It's the same thing. Michael Jordan, they asked Michael Jordan, why is it that under pressure, that we don't see you get nervous? He said, that's how I practice. I practice for that. So when I'm under 2 seconds and we're down by 5, I don't get caught up in that, man. Perspective. I train to be in those positions so that when I'm in that position, to me, I can just go back to training. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
If you train yourself, so at times we all need pep talks. We all need it. Moses
Right.
had plenty of pep talks. David had plenty of pep talks. Job had, well, his pep talk came at the end of the story, but everyone had pep talks. Ruth had pep talks. Esther had pep talks. Everybody needs a pep talk. Listen, man, you can do this. And the pep talk comes differently for different people because the Lord knows what you need in that moment. So sometimes you may be in your pain and in your hurt. And that man or woman that's coming to you say, yo, listen, man, I mean, how many times? I mean, you seen Rocky? You seen Rocky?
I have
How many-
not seen Rocky.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Yo, Mo,
I
you gotta catch up on these flicks, man. You gotta catch
I
up.
do.
I mean, well, you've seen movies where a person would feel down and that woman will come and talk to that man and he gets up and he's reinvigorated and he wins the fight. I mean, we've seen, okay, how about the video I showed you with the football player? Remember the kid that was deadlifting the other kid on the ground?
I remember. Yeah.
Okay, pep talk. He was saying, I can't do it. I want to stop. I can't do it. But what did his coach say? Just listen to my voice. Hear me. All I need is 5 more. And sometimes you have to. That's how the Holy Spirit works. Listen, you can do this. I know it hurts. I know you're hurting right now. I know you're in pain. However, I'm telling you, when you get on the other side, it's going to be a whole different thought process. Right now, you can't see it because you're on the other side of the hill. Just trust me. Just trust me. I got you. Trust me. I got you. I'm not going to leave you. Trust me. So again, it's perspective. Nobody wants to be there. Who wants to be there? Who wants to be in pain? Nobody does. Nobody does, right? But we lean on to what we have. If I'm the one broken, I'm going to lean on to the only thing I got, brokenness in that moment. So hopefully the Lord puts somebody in a position that I trust, okay, that will give me that pep talk. Bola, I get it. I understand, but you know there's a lot of people that are rooting on you, man. There's a lot of people you're responsible for. We don't got time for it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the times when you have fathers, they give themselves these pep talks. They're tired. They don't have nothing in them anymore. But you know what they do? They still get up and go to work. Same thing with these moms, right? These moms, they go to work and then come home and still got to do all this work, take care of the baby, take care of the husband, do all these different things. Sometimes they're tired, but they got to have a pep talk in their mind. The Lord comes and says, hey, listen, it's going to change. But you don't understand what I'm building. I'm building you perseverance. I'm building all these different things in you so that when you say to yourself, I can't do it no more, when you look in the past and say, this is nothing. This is nothing what I'm going through. I remember when I had my first child. See, the second child is always easier.
Right.
You know why? Because all of the mistakes you made, all the mistakes you made with the first one when you might have bumped his head and all that stuff.
That is so true. Yeah, that's the truth. The
You bumped
second one,
the
oh,
second
this
one.
is great.
You first one bumped his head. The first one slipped and fell. And you know what?
Mhm.
You ever be cooking and you drop that chicken and you look around, you know you in the kitchen by yourself and there's no one around. You drop that chicken and you pick it up and you look around and rub it.
Mhm. Mhm. Of course.
That's what you did. That's what you did when you dropped a baby.
Mhm.
You made a mistake and dropped the baby. You pick the baby up like if picking them up quickly is going to stop the pain from him. And you rub them like, I'm sorry, man. You're all right. You're all right. You rub them. How many times, man, I've had my little 2-year-old and they'll slip and I'll grab them and I'll look around to see if anyone is watching. Shh, shh, be quiet. You okay?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So,
Mhm.
so you know, the perspective is everything, man. And here's the thing. I remember when we did the interview with Dr. Tenpenny, and it stood with me. And this was what's so crazy is that video is still in my library, but for some reason, anytime we put it to do a replay, they pull it down.
Who was this person?
Dr. Tenpenny. She is
Okay.
a doctor, a female doctor,
Mhm.
that has been an activist on jabs,
Okay.
on how for Black and Latino children, how when they take the jabs, a lot of those children come up autistic. When you look at the statistics for Caucasian children opposed to Black and Hispanic children, our children become more autistic taking the same jab than the others. And believe it or
Wow.
not, she's Caucasian. And
Mm.
and she's put up her license and all sorts of things. So I had asked her a question. I forget what the question was, but I remember her answer vividly. Her answer to me was, listen, we don't got time, Bolo. The devil runs this earth. This is her saying this. The
Right.
devil runs this earth. We don't have time to pussyfoot around.
Mhm.
We got to be on this hard. 30 years ago, maybe we could have took our time with this. But what they're pushing down the pipeline right now, we don't have all that time. So we have to be stern.
Right.
Sometimes it may come off cold because the person that you're trying to reinvigorate may want to sit in that position for 3 weeks. We don't got 3 weeks. We only got a week. We don't have
Mm.
3 weeks. I know you want to rest. I know it.
Mhm.
But they right on our tail, dog. So we can take an hour. We can't take 3. We got to get
Right.
up and run. I understand you're tired. I understand you're in pain. I just need you to tap into my voice.
Mhm.
Just tap in. Use me as your strength. Right? And that's hard. So the person delivering the message, has to understand that. It's not easy. It's a hard thing to do. However, sometimes we have to do it. As parents, we do it with our children all the time. As spouses, we need to do it with each other at times. Like, listen, baby, I know. How many times has a wife given a pep talk to her husband? I know that you're in pain right now, but we need that man to go out there and shut this down.
Right.
I need you right now, husband. And he got to go out there and do it. You know what I'm saying? So again, women have so much strength. When we talk about what moves men is environment, influence.
Mhm.
So when it comes to femininity, who has more influence than you outside of God?
Mm.
Nobody does. So when it's done righteously, there's nothing that you two can't do when it's
Right.
done right. So yeah, again, it's a very it's a dance that requires a scalpel, not a mallet.
Mhm.
You know, to know when to sit with the person, how long you need to sit with the person, and then when you say, "Listen, we got to get up." I know you don't want to get up. I know that you're hurt, and I know you're in pain, but we got to get up. We got to move because
Yeah.
if we
Right.
stay here too long, if we stay here too long, then the fight that we were fighting is going to get destroyed. So yeah.
There has to be two willing people.
Absolutely. 100%. And I think it goes, I think you were having a conversation. I don't know if I think my mind is telling me it was you, but I've been bugging out all day today, not feeling it. But I think it was you who was saying something to the fact that, no, it was you on your sister's channel. Yeah, so my mind ain't that. When we were talking about, you guys were talking about the 180 and the 80 and this and that.
I hate that conversation.
Yeah, I think, listen, there are certain conversations pertaining to, that I understand why it needs to be had, right? Because again, when we try to put one's efforts into a percentage, it sounds like you're minimizing it. Okay, well, you give 60% and I give 80. No, we both
wasn't it. What didn't she say? Like, is 50-50?
No, I
Like,
don't think.
I thought it was.
You talking about your sister?
Yeah, I thought the question was, does everyone agree with 50-50?
Correct. And
Uh-huh.
what was said, because I came in like on the tail end of it. And I believe Smitty said something about 100. And
Yeah.
again, I hate the numbers too. I don't like the numbers. I dislike the numbers too. I think that if two willing participants comes in and give all they got, but however, for the conversation, since they're using numbers, if both people give 100% and show up, because today my 100% might be 30. I may have a lot on my brain, and what I'm saying, you're gonna have to cover. Tomorrow I might be able to give you 90 and you give me 20. Today your 100 is 20 because postpartum, you might have had a child or things of that nature, whatever the situation might be. So when we are mindful of these things, and your spouse, there's not a question on whether he or she is giving her all. You know what I'm saying? Because when things hit the fan, we're not going into numbers, man. You only gave 20. We're not going into that, So when you know each other, you can say, "Yo, listen, although he's out there only mowing half the lawn, that's as much as he can give today."
And that's why my response was, wherever the help is needed.
Right. You get in where you fit in.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many times have you heard me say that? I get in where I fit in. So if you come into a home and you're at your friend's house or whatever, let's say you've been displaced. Let's say for some reason, I lost my home for whatever the situation might be. And my brother opens me up. I don't need him to tell me what to do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
As a grown ass man, I'm gonna see where there's a lack, and I'm gonna do my best to fill it in. If I see the wife has to carry, I'll carry it. So she doesn't even have to ask. If she does laundries on Thursdays, the laundry's gonna be downstairs already on that Thursday. I'm gonna get in where I fit in. So when you are in a relationship and you know each other as husband and wife, when I speak, you finish. When you speak, I finish. There are certain things you're gonna already know that you don't even have to ask.
Right. Scam said every destationship conversation is about competing and losing. Yes.
In his voice, absolutely.
It is.
Yeah. And people
Thank
don't
you,
understand that.
Ernie.
People don't understand that if you're having a conversation with somebody, especially your wife or your husband, and someone loses or someone wins, someone loses. Someone loses. What did you gain if you have a conversation with your husband and he lost and you won? What did you gain?
Yeah.
You know what I
It's
mean?
so frustrating having disagreements.
Yeah,
Like,
disagreements are important.
it can be so draining, and once you continue to have them, it's like,
Yeah.
I'm tired. Whatever.
Yeah. You know what you got to do? Why are we disagreeing? Is What we're disagreeing on, is that the real problem, or is there something else that just shows forth on the disagreement? Does that make sense?
I think sometimes the other party may just refuse to, or maybe they just can't comprehend where you're coming from, and then they can sometimes blame it on something else as a way of sometimes being dismissive, and then sometimes they may be genuine in their thought process.
Well, I think that if both parties can understand and come from a position of understanding that you're both here because you love each other. You're both here because you genuinely want to make it work. You're both here because
Mhm.
you both have a common goal, and that's serving Christ. Um, uh, I think that all of those things can be worked out.
But are they both there? Is sometimes
That
a
that's
question.
well, that's the point. You know what I'm saying? That's the point. If they're both there for that, then yes. So if both of you dust agreements,
Mhm.
if they're both there for that and they have that in alignment, absolutely 100%.
Mhm.
Sometimes you gotta figure it out. Sometimes you gotta say to yourself, why do we keep bumping our head here? Why is it that we keep bumping our head here? Why is it everything else we good, but here we
So
bump our
does
head?
that mean like you should let the person go, or should you be patient with the person?
Well, it depends, right? Again,
Mhm.
if is what's going on.
Hey, what's
Hey,
going on?
Izzy.
If you both love each other, you have to understand that there's three stages to marriage that when I sit back, and again, there's nuance to all. First is the honeymoon phase, when there's
Mhm.
nothing that anyone can do wrong. Then there's the problematic phase. Now, she snores, he farts, it smells like death. And that's just, small things. But I'm
Mhm.
talking about disagreements. You're starting to see the small things that each other does. And then you have the third phase, right? There's nothing that you two can't do once you get past that second phase. You know, um, and I think the way the Lord does it that way is to create a foundation for you two, a direction. And
Mhm.
then now it's, walking downhill is always good. Walking downhill. We can walk, I can walk downhill all day. Down steps, I can walk all day. Now we got to walk up steps. That's where frustration steps in. That's where complaining starts to step in. How
Mhm.
come you breathing so hard, man? How come you can't take the same step that I'm taking? You moving too slow. We gotta clear this. When we start going down steps again, it's easy. So it's perspective, right? It's perspective. And if you genuinely understand that both of you are there because you love each other, and
Right.
understand that there's going to be issues that happens in every marriage, every relationship. There are issues. There won't be no marriage that won't have issues. However, if you know the foundation of it is founded in Christ, and you know the foundation of it is this guy loves you and he wants to be with you, this guy loves you and she wants to be with you, you guys will figure it out.
But what if you don't know that? Like, what if the person goes, I don't know, silent when they're upset? Or
Some
what if
people
you,
people deal with things differently. Sometimes there are men or there are women that talk through their grief. There are some people that go silent through their grief. People
so
deal
how
with
are you
things differently.
supposed to know? Like,
Sometimes you got to give them space. The spirit will tell you. So it's like if Iz and I are roommates and we're
mhm.
close friends. I've known Iz, we've been in the sandbox playing with each other and things of that nature, right? I know his temperament. I know when he's pissed off and angry, and he should know mine. So if he walks into the house when he's pissed off, angry, I'm like, let me get the brother have his time to decompress, you know. Or I might just check the temperature. Yo, what up, baby? Everything good? Yo, yeah, man, yeah. I need to chill. Let him go through his changes in this moment, and I'll check it again later. Maybe 3, 4 hours later. Yo, you good?
But how
Yeah,
long are
yeah.
you supposed to like?
As long as it takes. How long did Christ wait for you?
Right, but
There you
I'm
go.
saying
There
pertaining
is no
to
but.
like
There is no but.
relationships though, because
There
there
is no
has to
but.
be a point. There
There
has
is
to be a point where because God gives us wisdom. If a person is showing you nothing
There is
and
no
you're
but.
praying,
There
okay, so
is
in
no
order
but.
for a relationship,
Mhm.
there's a but pertaining to human beings, not
There is
Christ.
no but.
Okay, so let me explain,
Go ahead.
please. Because
Please go
if
ahead.
there is no pouring into, how are you going to grow in that relationship?
I'll
There has
explain.
to be communication. There has to be building. Part of building is communication, being present. So
Okay.
without those things, a relationship cannot thrive.
Here's my question to you. Who is our greatest example?
Christ,
And we should do our best to live according to him, right?
right?
That means even if it comes to us forfeiting our life, correct?
Okay.
So did he leave us when we were stagnant?
No.
Okay, now there's a genuine love that has to be there because the only way I can have that relationship with Christ is if I'm accepting of him, correct?
Right.
So if you know that the both of you love each other,
Yes.
genuinely love each other,
Mm-hmm.
talking about y'all have that, you have that foundation, right? You know this.
Right.
This is just molasses in this situation. Now, if you choose to dipset, that's you can do that. Or the other person can do that. You can. You can
Okay,
do
my
that.
question is, I said, how long are you supposed to wait? You said
I
however
can't
long
tell
it
you. I
however
can't
long
tell
it
you how
takes.
long. Right.
But what I'm saying, what if that
Mhm.
turns into 10 years of no communication?
And see, come
God
on,
gives
man.
us common sense. That's
Okay,
why I'm saying I'm taking,
Mo,
yes.
what you're doing right now is you're being disingenuous. What do you mean
No,
take?
I'm not.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying to you. Please listen. If people are in relationships for 10 years, and let's say sex has stopped, okay, there's still something holding them together. Now we're talking about people in Christ. We're not talking about people in the world. So let
Mm-hmm.
me say that. People in Christ, there's something that's still holding them together. There's still something there. Now, have they found the tools to work it out? No. That's why they keep making the same mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Do they need to get counseling? Maybe. I would say, yeah. Do they need a third
Right.
party? Yes. You know,
I think my main thing is being careful not to use Christ in a way where we justify spiritual dysfunction. That's my main thing. Hey Blue Jay, hey Coffee, good to see y'all.
I
Hey
get your point.
Brian.
I get
Because
your
some
point.
people will do that. Like they'll say, "Oh, you're when you're married, you stay through no matter what." Because Christ never gave up on us. But at the end of the day, we know the end result with Christ. It's to give us hope and bring us to an expected end. And sometimes with human beings, that's not the goal. Some people stay in the name of the Lord tied to that person, and it's really spiritual manipulation.
What
It's
I
basically using the word to justify dysfunction.
what I say to you is this. Okay, there's a thin line. There's a thin line with the statement you just made.
People
Because
do it all
if
the
it,
time. I'm not saying you
I'm
do,
speaking,
but I've heard
I'm
people do
saying,
it.
I'm saying to you, it's a thin line. It's a
Hmm.
thin line. When someone wants to get out of something, they'll find anything to get out of it. Don't use Christ as an excuse. Don't do that. Because Christ's example towards the church is the example that we're supposed to have one towards another. Period. I don't care what your situation is, unless this dude's putting his fist in your eye or something like that. Christ tells you, listen, man, y'all need to work it out. If you need to separate for a few, separate. Marriage is something very sacred to him.
Right.
Very sacred. So again, when you're saying 10 years, this 10, I'm not talking about someone that's outside of Christ. So if this person is using spiritual manipulation or such and such, then now you got to go to the foundation. Was this person that you're with ever about Christ? I'm not talking about those kind of people. I'm talking about two people that are in Christ sincerely, that say they love each other sincerely. That's who I'm talking about. Now, if you have to question, well, I know this man loves me, but now that we're going through hard times, is he spiritually manipulating me? I know this woman loves me, but now that I'm going through hard times, is she spiritually manipulating me? Now you're questioning the whole foundation. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, I think my main thing is, and I
Okay.
basically said it, people take a spiritual truth, right?
Hmm.
Being the bride of Christ, and
Hmm.
misuse it as a natural obligation. So basically, they'll collapse two different covenants into one. The spiritual covenant is with God, which is perfect, holy, redemptive. And an earthly marriage, if we're honest, is between two flawed human beings.
Right. There's a purpose was between two flawed.
So
There's a
and
purpose
and
why it's between
sometimes
two flawed human
the
beings.
and it's saying okay, people will say stay in the covenant, right? But
Hmm.
while one is not even honoring it, so in reality the covenant is already been broken
So,
if it's only being honored on one side.
so my question to you is: should God dishonor your covenant because you don't honor it every day? Neither do I.
So
We sin
Bolo,
every day. Hold on
give me
1 second. Go ahead. Go ahead.
nah. I've been up here for a minute. I ain't said nothing. Give me 1 second. The thing is this, right? So there are reasons why God gives for the letter of divorce. Now, although that Jesus said it was because of their disobedience and their not following, but God did give allowance the same way he gave us Jesus to be able to redeem us for our sins is the same way he gave us the grace to understand that there's some reasons that would break that covenant and break that bond. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I'm with you as far as you should not look to break the bond or you should not look
I'm with
to
that too,
break
right?
the
But that's
covenant,
what.
right?
But that's
But
what I'm
but
saying. I'm
but
trying
there
to
are
understand what I said differently.
right, but there are some reasons why that it was. There are very few, but there are some reasons why it should be so. So I think if y'all both are on that page as far as ultimately that should not be the go-to. Ultimately, it should not be, as I call it, until you get on my nerves, do we part? Until I don't like you today, do we
Right.
part? If it's not that, and it is a thing of the covenant was broken and there's nothing that you could do about it, then I think that y'all are pretty much on the same page saying the same
But
thing.
see, but here's
Right.
the problem.
Let
Here's
me say this really quick. I'll be
yeah, sure.
brief. So
Hmm.
when pertaining to this conversation, right? Christ's relationship with the church is perfect. Human marriage is not. So, for example, Christ does not abuse. He doesn't neglect, like we see in a lot of these relationships. He doesn't betray. He does not create confusion. So, when someone says stay because Christ stays because he is righteous. And sometimes you can be asking a person to stay while someone is operating in unrighteousness without accountability.
Okay.
And sometimes those statements can be used to justify not taking accountability and where people mess up in marriages. That's the only part I'm speaking to. I am 100% for marriage. I believe in you stick it out. You ride to the wheels fall off. But again, there are stipulations in regards to the covenant, and it's in the Bible for a reason. And I've seen people try to justify dysfunction, disrespect, abuse, and say stay in the name of Christ because we do all these things to Christ, but he stays. No, Christ is righteous. And if we're comparing that again to his relationship with the church, he's perfect.
Well, here's then that's an argument anybody can make.
Hey, True Bleed.
That's an argument anyone can make. That's what makes that argument disingenuous.
No,
Because
my
hold
main
on, let me
goal
finish.
is
Let me finish.
covenant does not mean to
Let me finish.
continue to tolerate
Let me finish my point.
dysfunction and
Let me
ignore
finish my
patterns.
point. Let me finish my point
Okay, I will.
because we all have patterns. We all have patterns. All of us do. And we all sin against Christ daily. So my point isn't to say that there's not a breaking point. I'm saying that the breaking point in this world is too easy. That's my point.
And that's
I'm
what I'm
not
saying.
saying
I think y'all saying the same thing. Really.
That's the point.
Maybe
it's too
so.
easy. It's
Yeah.
too easy. People are quick to say, "Man, I'm out."
Right.
Because
Yeah, I
he
don't
did this
agree
or
with
she
that.
did that or whatever the situation
Right.
might be. You know, such and such. Christ is the example to us in perseverance. In
Absolutely.
other words, how Christ sits here and he deals with Bolo's nonsense daily. Christ turns around and say, deal with your brother's nonsense daily.
Right.
Regardless of the fact of whether I'm perfect. Don't use that as an excuse. Me being perfect was to be that perfect sacrifice. I still went through pain, right? I still felt and I still hurt. Hell, I cried blood. So me going through that, me being perfect was because I had to be the perfect sacrifice, because what we were doing in the Old Testament had to come to an end. It had to come to a close because there was no closure when it came to the sacrifice of Moses. It was continuous, right? If I got 10 turtle doves, guess what? I'm sinning 10 times.
Yeah.
Those turtle doves got a problem. Christ had to bring an end to that. That's dead now. Now you're the sacrifice.
Right.
You,
So
how many
I
times?
want to let you know,
Yes.
I agree with you on what you're saying, because we do live in a society where people are just so quick to run and give up, and the covenant is sacred. You're
Right.
supposed to honor and work through everything together.
Absolutely.
I also do not want to dismiss that a covenant is two people submitted to Christ, not one person enduring chaos while the other refuses transformation. So if only one person is honoring God, it's not a healthy covenant.
Well,
Right.
It's an imbalance.
but that's a slippery slope too in marriage. But what I would say is, I think that y'all agree more so than y'all disagree, right?
I
Y'all are
agree to
more
that too. Yeah.
right. Y'all are more in alignment than with what you believe than not, right? At the same time, I do see Mo where that particular thing, and I understand where Bolo's coming from, is
Mhm.
because the truth is, if it's just a thing of someone is slipping right now, which everybody is capable of,
Right.
you're supposed to cover your companion in prayer, and you're supposed to seek God's face for your companion, right? If it's a
Mhm.
thing of, it's just, at the time y'all were spiritually aligned when y'all got married, but at the time they're slipping and they're not really wanting to follow and stuff like that. You're supposed to cover your companion in prayer and supposed to seek God's face for them. So that's kind of slippery. But I would say the other things that you said, like as far as, and it's a lot of background. Is that for me?
That's right.
I think it's Bolo's mic.
Okay.
That's my mic. Go ahead.
Okay. But as far as the aspect of the things that God allows us to get divorced from, I agree with you totally, Mo. And there are a couple of things where God says, yes, you can divorce. And if you get a divorce, there's no condemnation in that, because you were following whatever God was saying, and you can't help whatever covenant the person kept or didn't keep. So
Yeah.
I think that's kind of like the happy medium of what
Let me
both of
give
y'all
this
saying.
Right.
example.
And before you go, Bolo, yes, you're right. And my main point was not, okay, you get up and leave the moment something happens. You're supposed to be rotted out for your spouse, right? It's covenant. My issue is the people who glorify suffering instead of glorifying something where you're supposed to see transformation. So when people tie Christ into it, yes, Christ suffered, but his suffering had purpose, it had power, redemption, and completion. Many marriages today, we see they have cycles, repetition, no accountability, and no fruit. And that's not Christ-like suffering. That's unaddressed dysfunction. Let's
Okay.
keep it real.
Let me
And
say
and
this.
that's some of what we see. So again, I'm only addressing the part where people try to use Christ as the example, um to cover up that dysfunction.
Let me give you this example, because I don't think that we disagree. I think that we just got to come from a different angle. There was a believers. This dude was married to this woman for, I believe, 10 years, and I'm freestyling the story, but it's a true story. You can Google it. He was married to this woman for a few years, maybe 5, 6, 7 years. She's a teacher. The teacher started having sex with one of the students out of the blue. This wasn't her. This wasn't how she moved. Out of the blue, she started having sex with one of the students. Right? They took her license. She was arrested. All that. For some reason, she couldn't stop. Hell, she got pregnant by the kid.
I remember you telling me this.
Okay, she got arrested. All that stuff. Long story short, the husband had every right to leave.
Right.
I think any man on this panel would have dipset. Long story short, she had a tumor pressing up against a portion of her brain that changed her whole thought process.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that didn't happen overnight. They didn't find out that she had a tumor in her brain. Now, again, that's an extreme.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to show is, at the end of the day, there is no time frame when I counsel people. I can't sit there and say, well, give 6 months. I don't do that. Whenever the Lord tells you, because at the end of the day, it's a decision you got to make. So when you make that decision and you stand in front of the Lord, you're going to have to stand and give reasoning to why you did what you did and why he did what he did.
Can I ask you a question?
Right. And if it's in the
real
Bible
quick,
as to why
Mo,
it's
give me a second.
justified.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question.
Let me say this is not every situation. If the Bible had every situation to be too thick for us to carry, the Holy Spirit.
No, I'm saying as far as divorce, like if it's something that was justifiable, like if God put it in the word as to why, okay.
Oh yeah, then it is what it is.
Yeah, then you're covered. You're released from that covenant.
Absolutely. So, then it is what it is. There's no argument on that.
Can I ask a quick question though, Bolo? Would you suggest as a counselor or as a person, an advisor, whatever capacity that you operate in at the time, would you suggest that a man stay in that particular case?
God damn, that's hard, my G. Because here's the thing. I would ask, has she been a promiscuous woman?
Hey, Coach Ferg.
If he says to me, no, she's not. How long have you been married? 10 years. And this just happened? Yeah, there's something else happening. There's something else happening. Is she a God-fearing woman? Yeah, you sure? Yeah. It wouldn't just be clear, cut and dry, yo, Dipset. Now, is that off the table? No, it's not off the table.
Okay,
right?
So if he did Dipset, as you call it, you wouldn't be upset with him or mad with him or feel a type of way about.
I would say, again, just from that situation that that came out, because Law and Order does all these things and they pull these stories from true stories.
Mhm.
When you look at Job, you would think Job did some wicked stuff. Looking from the outside in, those men that were there, his friends that knew him, they was like, Duke, you did something. And Job would say, no, I didn't. Well, Duke, from where we're looking at it, you did something wicked as hell. They started speaking for God. This is why the Lord said, check this out. If this guy doesn't pray for y'all, you have problems. Because you tried to speak up for me, and you were totally opposite. So this is why we have to be very, very careful with it. Very careful. Because we don't know. We have to leave mystery up. Me as a man, I would probably lean on what you're saying right now. I'd probably like, yo, Duke, yeah, babe, if it was me, I would probably break out. However,
right, but if he so would you be mad at him is the question. Like, would you
No, I
feel a
wouldn't.
way?
Listen, I
Would
don't
you
have.
feel a way about that man? That man said, "Hey, look, this is more than I could bear. This is more than I could deal with.
No.
I feel like our covenant's been violated, and
No.
I just can't." Okay, cool.
No, I wouldn't. I pray with them and I'd say, listen, man, at the end of the day, I'm a man. I'm human just like you. I don't know what's playing in the background. I'm only getting your part of the story. And if it's too much for you to bear, Duke, I'm going to support you and we're going to pray together and hope that the Holy Spirit leads us in the right direction and things of that nature. It would be beautiful if I can have both conversations with both people. I'll give you an example. I was counseling this couple, right? And both of them, they couldn't see eye to eye, right? One person would say, the wife would say something, and then the man would say something, and they would argue consistently and constantly. So I was like, okay. So I said, let's just do this exercise. So I said, okay, to the husband, I want you to play this person. Here's the story of this person, and I want you to look at it from this perspective. To the wife, I need you to look at it from this perspective. You're playing this person. Now, have a conversation. And they spoke for about good 15, 20 minutes. 20 minutes to a half hour. I said, so what did y'all gain from it? Long story short, the husband seen things a little bit different from the story he was, the character he was playing and vice versa. Now I said, now here's the breakdown to it. Husband, you were looking at things from your wife's perspective. I gave you the same story she gave me. Wife, You were listening things from your husband's perspective, the same thing he told me, but you guys couldn't see each other. But when you put each other's lenses on, you're able to have a better conversation. Now, take off the character, become who you are right now, and still keep that thought process in what you're doing now. So they were
Hey,
able to
I'm
understand
sorry.
it. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, hey, Lady Navoa, hey, Smitty, good to see y'all.
So they were better to have conversation. It's kind of hard to only have one portion of the story. You know that when people come to your channel, what do you say? I always hear you say, listen, that other person ain't here, so we can't
Right.
go into the particulars of it because that other person isn't here. So we can't question them and question you and kind of come to what the truth is. So all I'm getting is that woman's perspective or that man's perspective. If they come together, it gleans towards something easier and better to kind of direct, opposed to just having one person's position. Because when you only have one person's position, most times they try to make themselves look right. Not every
Mhm.
time, but
Hi,
most.
Anthony, good to
You
see
know what I'm
you.
saying?
Hi,
So
187.
in
Yeah, that's true.
that situation, that's a hard one. You know what I mean? Because again, when you look at the story of Job, if I'm on the outside counseling Job, my G, I'm gonna say, Job, you did something wicked. How does all of that happen out of the blue? You're a
Really?
renowned man. I'm
You would
saying, look,
blame
no.
the person
Listen,
for
I'm
what
saying,
they're
I'm
going through?
looking at it. I'm thinking as if I'm those men that were with him.
But you would I
Not
couldn't
me
see that.
personally today. Not me
No, I
personally
get
today.
I get
I'm
what you're
saying
saying.
from
You
those
put
dudes
yourself in
back
their
then,
perspective. I
in
understand
those
what you're
dudes'
saying.
position, remember, they didn't
Yeah, I
have
still
all of the thought processes and coping skills and all that stuff that we have today.
No,
They
I
didn't
get
have
it.
that,
But it's still, but this is the thing, right? Abraham didn't have that either, but Abraham was still a man of faith. And so there's, at the end of the day, right? I just couldn't see myself, no matter what time period it was, to blame somebody for the circumstances or situations what they have themselves in, right? Situations and circumstances happen. It's not what happens to you, it's how you deal with what happens to you that makes you or breaks you. So I
Mhm.
just couldn't see that perspective. But I understand exactly what you're saying. I
but
just couldn't see from
position,
that perspective.
but the position that they're coming from is not his reaction to it. They're not coming from the position, those three men that were with him weren't coming from the position of, okay, this thing happened to him. Now let's sit back and watch how he responds to it. Job responded the way he was supposed to respond. I guess if I had to put a number to it, 80% of the time. What they were saying, for this to happen to you, they weren't looking, they weren't looking at a position, something happened to Iz and Iz flipped out. He burned down the house. They weren't responding to that, because I might sit there and say, damn, Iz, you burned down the house. You say, but let me tell you what happened, Bolo. And I might say, I wouldn't have burned down the house, but I understand you burning down the house. I understand it. I understand why you did it. You dig what I'm saying? The
Nah, I
position.
get it, but I'm just saying, it doesn't make sense. That's even worse to me, right? For
What's that?
you to blame. So, for example, right? I understand exactly what you're saying. You're basically saying, hey, look, this circumstance situation happened, and they was like, man, for all of this stuff to come upon you, for all of this stuff to befall you, you must have been doing something exceedingly wicked for you to catch this kind of karma, could catch this kind of break, right? I get it.
Right.
What I'm saying is that is ridiculous
I agree.
to think that way, because at the end of the day, a lot of times we can't help what happens to us. We only can help how we handle what happens to us. And that's what I'm saying.
I agree with you. But the story of Job is not about Job. It's about the people and how they responded to him. Like Job was used as the guinea pig, yes. But the story of Job in its entirety is the mystery that we don't know everything, right? So, I don't know why the Lord did it. And us being man enough or woman enough to say, I don't know. But what I can tell you is the Lord is controlling everything, and we just don't have the answers to it all, right? But I can pray with you. I can support you. That's what they should have done. I mean, the first thing that they did when they rolled up on him for the 7 days and lamented, that was the best thing they did. From there, it was downhill. It was downhill. So I agree with you on that. However, the story of Job is more of a mirror towards those men and women that are put in a position to support somebody, and they don't leave a door open to the fact that I don't know why this is happening. I don't have a clue. These cats had no facts at all. What the fact that they did have was Job was a renowned man. The fact that they did have that Job covered the weak, he defended the widow, he did all of these things. Because the scriptures tell you that Job was a known man, he had a reputation. So how is it that you know this man and his reputation? As soon as something happens, the first thing you do is jump down his throat and say, yo, you must have did something wicked. It goes to show how that person was moving, right? Like, I've been waiting for your downfall. Like, I've been waiting for something to happen to you, for me to sit there and say, you did something wrong, even though I know what your character and integrity is. So it's more of a reflection on them than it was him. And that's where, that's why I had, I wouldn't say pushback with Mo, that, when we say that, with Christ, it's easy. A lot of people, and that's why I keep being specific pertaining to believers and those that are different. Those are outside of it. When I speak towards believers, we should be more meticulous and specific when it comes to looking at things that are going to sever the covenant. I'm not telling you not to sever it. I'm saying that we should be more meticulous. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I believe that I was, but
There's now no condemnation in Christ Jesus. Behold, all things are new, and old things have been passed away.
Amen.
You're a new creature. There's no condemnation.
Amen.
What's up, Hustler Muscle? What's up, man?
Oh yeah. But again, we do have to stop using, well, we don't have to, but I would advise stop using Christ. I'm not addressing this to faithful men of God. I'm talking about people just in everyday life. Stop using Christ's perfection as the standard for why a person should tolerate dysfunction, because Christ didn't betray the church. So don't compare yourself to him while you're operating out of alignment. It's just people using that as a way to not be accountable for their dysfunction and not having the mindset of desiring to change. We see that a lot.
Hustle Muscle, you there? I want to give him. I don't want to get a brother room if he wanted to talk.
Hey, I'm sorry. Thank you for being patient.
He might not.
Can you hear me?
Not a problem. Please continue.
Did you have anything?
I did, but I forgot what I was gonna say. That doggone quick. My bad, y'all. Dang.
Hi, Yvette. Good to see you.
Hey, sis.
Is that Yvette?
Yeah, Yvette Marie. Yeah.
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
sis.
Good to see you.
Archangel Yvette.
Mm-hmm. Did you want to add anything?
I mean, to be fair, if my wife slept with another man or another male, I should say, I would leave her too. Ain't no questions about it. Nope. You made a commitment to the man upstairs to be with me, and now you want to break that? That's why I say marriage is not for everybody. I support marriages. If I had my way, I would say everybody should have a husband or a wife. But
right,
let's be realistic. Marriage is not for everybody, and I'm standing on business with that. I don't care what anybody say. It might not be for me, but I'm gonna support those who feel differently. If Izzy wants to get married, if he ain't already married, salute to you, sir. Oh Lord, you want to get married? Salute to you, ma'am. You too, Bolo.
Mm-hmm.
Salute to y'all if y'all want to get married. But understand that everybody can't do it.
No doubt. I want to be married. I'm not married. I want to be married.
Me too.
And I think some people get married for all the wrong reasons. In a previous live, I talked about the difference between choosing a spouse and selecting a spouse.
So should I select Mo Love since she's not married and I'm not married? Should I select Mo Love?
Yeah, well, shout out to the single folks.
Marriage is such a beautiful thing, if people really honored it the way that God intended. But we don't see that today. So I agree with Bolo on that part. People are quick to just give up. And again, I was just speaking towards people continuing to justify dysfunction without the desire to transform. They
Mo,
use it as a justification to continue in sin and disrespecting the covenant. That's my only point I was making.
but Mo, do you think people just give up that easily, or they
Oh,
just
a
go
lot
through
of
the,
people
or they
do.
just go through the struggles and realize it ain't worth it? The juice ain't worth the squeeze. It ain't worth the headaches. It ain't worth the pain, and just
Then,
say, hell with it. Excuse
A
me.
lot
then
of people give up easy.
So a lot of people do give up easy, unfortunately. Yeah.
here's the problem with that hustle and muscle. When you make a covenant before God, God's going to require that of you. This is why he tells you, let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. You're going to have a problem. But I got a scripture for you, hustle and muscle. I want you to kind of give me your thoughts on this. This is Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 1. It says, they say if a man divorces his wife and she goes from him and becomes another man's, may he return unto her again? Question mark. Would
No.
not that, hold on.
I'm sorry, my bad.
Let me read the whole thing and then the floor is yours. I'll start again. They say if a man divorces his wife and she goes from him and becomes another man's, may he return unto her again? Question mark. Would not that land be greatly polluted? Question mark. But you have played the harlot with many lovers, yet return to me, says the Lord. What does that say to you?
That's a lot.
Okay, so let's go. Let's do it again.
So you
Let's
divorce your
go.
husband, get married to somebody else, and try to go back to the last guy you got married to. How is that supposed to work?
Question. Floor is yours. Let's look at the context. Let's look at the context in which God is talking to. He's talking to Israel. He's talking to the men. Okay, because again, men with divorcing their wives is brought out. Right? So he's saying if a man should divorce his wife and she goes from him and becomes another man's, let's say this dude that she ran into wasn't trying to make her his wife. They were fornicating. They just frivolously having sex. May he, the he's talking about is the first guy, the husband. May he return unto her again. Would not that land be greatly polluted? Would she not be defiled? She would, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is the point that I'm making where when one says we can't compare the love of God or Christ to man because they're perfect. He says, but you have played the harlot with many lovers, meaning the men. You have gone to many gods and slept with them spiritually. Yet return to me, says the Lord. He says, even though you've done that, even though you defiled yourself the same way that woman did above, I'm still saying to you to come back to me.
Oh, I get it.
Do you see the comparison? That's why I say it's not that easy. It's not clear cut. Not saying that there isn't a cut. So understand my words. Not saying that there isn't a cut. I'm saying that a lot of the times people leave and it's not a clear cut. If you're going to leave, make sure that cut is clear. That's the point of it. That's the warning that's being issued. Make sure your cut is clear, because if it isn't, you're going to have a problem. This is why the Lord tells you specifically, let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. Because he tells you in the scriptures, when you make a promise to me, you're going to give me that promise. He says this. I could pull that scripture out for you too. Do not promise me nothing, bro. Keep me out of your shenanigans. Keep me out of it. Because once I get involved in it, it's a different ball game. Can
you explain what you mean by God and the promises? What are you tying that into?
What promises? What are you talking about?
The statement you
Jeremiah
just made.
3:1?
No, you just said
when you make a covenant before the Lord, it's like when people say, I swear to God. Why are you bringing? And
you're talking about
you might be lying.
Okay.
You know you might be lying. I'm talking about anything. It's not just marriage. The Lord tells you there's a reason why he says, let your yea be yea, your nay be nay. If you bring me involved in your nonsense and you lying, you're gonna have a problem. So
Okay, I
like that
thought you were
person,
talking about marriage because
marriage
that
too,
was
all
the
of that,
topic.
all
Mhm.
of that is in it, all of it.
Okay.
When you bring him into the situation, it's a different thought process. You can go, you have every choice to leave. No one's going to hold you someplace. You can do what you want here. Understand that we all have to answer for our thought process and for our actions. It's easy for all of us to say, well, then I'll answer for it. I know plenty of Jamaicans on Flatbush. Iz knows Brooklyn. Plenty of Jamaicans on Flatbush. Man, let me tell you something. Man, that Fred died. And soon as a situation happens where they
Me not
cry.
scared. Me not scared to come in the spirit business.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what everybody.
right.
That's what all
But
of us are in that position.
That's why with the covenant, because the Lord knew that humans are flawed and that one of the parties may not honor it, he did leave room for divorce so that you can be released and you wouldn't be viewed as somebody who did not honor it.
Listen, I'm not going to continue to argue that. What I'm saying is, again, my argument is that people use that willy-nilly and they use it easily. Now, if that man or woman in their heart
Use what willy-nilly? Maybe I missed it.
they use
The
divorce
out,
or
the out,
leaving the out
the out.
Yeah.
willy-nilly. Now, if that man or woman is saying that, hey, listen, this is what it is, and this is according to scripture, then stand on that. Okay?
Right. That's the
The
part
only
I was
person,
talking about.
the only person that's in a position to judge you is Christ. That's it.
Right. That's
That's
it.
all. So that's where we leave it. What I say is, and I shoot above the bow, is people have to be careful with that. Now, after I make my warning, you do what you want. After Christ, listen, our job as being intercessors of the Lord, mediators, our job is just to give the word. What you do with it at that point is on you and your relationship with Christ. We can't do nothing outside of that. My job is
What part did you say? Because after you said, if it's in the word, like whatever part is grounds for divorce, you said people have to be careful for that.
No,
Careful
but
with that.
no, that's not what I said. What I said was, go ahead, get yes.
nah, if y'all don't mind, because this is the thing, Mo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, he's just saying, as a believer and as a person that's a counselor and as a person that gives the word, he is trying to set a standard in essence, right?
Right.
There are always going to be exceptions to the rule, and there are always going to be righteous people or righteous situations for the exception of the rule, right?
Right.
What Bolo is saying is that he's trying to hold the standard, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, Bolo, but he's trying to hold the standard up so that the people who try the frivolousness, the frivolity of it, to try to get away with something, to just want a free for all and a fun time and a good time and just want to feel good all the time. He is holding up the standards so those people understand that there is a consequence to the things that they're doing. It's not something that you could just jump in and jump out like a lot of people try to do. So,
Right.
so
And
if
I
you're not
think-
if you're not a person that has done that and you have followed, then it's not even a point to go back and forth about, to be honest.
Right. So I think I think we're speaking about it from different, I guess, sides. He's
Well, it's
talking
not different
about like
sides. Y'all-
honoring the covenant 100%. I agree. And I was talking about the people who try to use long suffering in a way to justify like the dysfunction in marriages.
Right,
That's
but
the
he
only part of it I was speaking
right,
about.
but that's where y'all missing each other, because basically y'all believe in essence around the same thing. The thing is, the standard that he's holding up is to keep the excuses out, and how frivolous, and again, Bolo, you could correct me if I'm wrong, how frivolous a lot of people take marriage and how light a lot of people take marriage these days. So again, if you're a person that hasn't taken it light and has lived up to the
Right.
covenant, and then
Right.
the other person haven't, that doesn't apply to you. It's like one of those things. If it don't apply, let it fly. It doesn't apply to you at all. So you shouldn't feel condemned or convicted in that. and you should just let it ride because it's not talking to you.
Correct.
And I don't. It's just I'm speaking like generally for people who use certain scriptures to justify the dysfunction in marriages. That was the only part that
We can't
I was
speak
trying to make
general on something
my
that's
point.
we have to speak
Right.
specific
No,
when it comes to
I'm
it's
saying
not general.
when people do that. Well, for me it was.
Okay.
No, I get it, Mo. But this is the thing, right? You're right, but I would argue that more people these days in 2026 take marriage lightly
Oh,
than
I agree.
then try to, and I knew you would, right? More
Hmm.
people take marriage lightly and frivolous than the people who are trying to use the word to, you know what I'm saying, to hold a standard to it. So I think there's a lot of people that do that too, in all fairness, but I just think there's more
Yeah.
people that treat marriage cavalier and like some daggone drawers or some daggone pants that you can
When
put
I
on
tell
and take
you I
off or whatever.
agree 100%.
And I knew you would. So that's what I'm
Y'all are
saying. So,
right.
and that's where
Hmm.
Bolo is coming from, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, right, Bolo?
No, you're right. Yes, sir.
Hmm.
And that's coming from both ends. Both ends, because the person who is in the position of the covenant being broken has to make sure that they're in the right space to understand that the covenant is being broken, and the person that's doing the breaking has to understand the position that they're in breaking it. The Lord covers everybody. Everybody is, he's going to look at everyone. There's no one not going to get looked at. So the point of this conversation is to say, hey, no one is telling you not to do it. No one is telling you not to do it. What's being said is be careful in how you do it.
Right. And I think the main thing is it hit different when you don't want to do it.
That's
When
a good point.
you get what I'm saying? When you don't want to do it, it hits different.
No, I get it. My thing is to anyone.
And that's to speak towards the mindset of, yeah, it's not, oh, when anything gets bad, you leave. That's why I said, like, some things, some situations you just have to get out of.
And
And then even sometimes when you get to know a person, right? And they are of the same faith, people change. Humans change. They flip the script, and I mean like in a very bad way. So
well, Hosea didn't have a choice in marrying a whore.
right, I
He
get
married-
that. But I'm
all
saying
right,
when
so-
it comes to
all
like
right.
the
If you would,
grounds for the valid grounds for divorce is what I'm
well, I
saying.
mean, if
But
you
I
would
get
have,
what you're saying.
right,
My
the point
dad
I'm
talked to
making-
me about that story.
all right, the point of the matter is Hosea didn't want to marry a
recently.
whore. The Lord told him
Right.
he had no choice, right? And not only did he marry a whore, she became a whore a second time. And the Lord said, go get her. The Lord said, go get her. So sometimes we have to understand the bigger picture. This is what I'm
Yeah.
saying, that there are so many different moving parts to it. Not saying that you can't do it. I'm saying be careful in you doing it. That's the point.
Right.
That's the
I agree.
overarching, right? Just that's the overarching warning, right? Because again, when you promise something to the Lord, no matter what it is, doesn't matter. Now we're broadening the conversation. No matter what it is, when you make a covenant with Him, Lord, listen, man, if you get me out of this situation, I'll never do it again. How many times do we hear people say that? And then when they get out of it, they're back at doing it again. He's going to require that of you, no matter
That's
what.
why it's important to seek God through that. That will be
Absolutely,
the key.
100%. Yes.
Hey, Black Lexicon, good to see you. Hey, Scam, did you want to add anything?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I get what both of y'all are saying when it comes to the break the covenant. Bolo's saying, because I heard him say this on like a couple months ago, if people been married 5, 10, 15, 20 years, things been okay, up and down, whatever, and then all of a sudden somebody does something outrageous, people don't just wake up and jump out the window after 20 years or start beating their wife on year 23 or cheat on year 19 or, So I understand what he's saying. Like, if it's something off the wall, before you just throw it away, find out what's really going on. It could be just something. And then once you find out what's going on, then okay, if it's time for divorce, we get it. But it's out of the norm, then you just don't know. Because there's certain stuff that people just don't do. And there's certain stuff that certain people just don't do. But I also understand what my love is saying, because there are people who will tell you, you may be talking about, look, you've married this dude 6 years, this ain't working, that ain't working, we had this problem, and all they tell you is, oh, good Lord, stay with that man because of God. Like, but we got this problem, and I'm miserable. Or a dude may come like, look, man, this woman's driving me insane. I can't do. Stay because of God. Is she black? Does she have a job? You stay and work at it. Like, dude, we need some help. Like, actual real help. Like, if you don't change something, it's going to be the same person and the same problem. Actually, it's going to get worse. But why I asked the question thing last week, where is a platform where a conversation exists of how a person can actually solve a problem, or there's some communication solutions? Because it's usually always a competition. It's always the two people in whatever relationship scenarios they put out there. There's never nothing of the man getting better or the woman actually getting better and improving themselves or the actual situation that they're going through.
You said, where's the channel?
Yeah, and you said The Village, which is a good one. But it's usually always competition, or it's something of blame or whatever, but it's never, how can I be a better person so I can overcome this situation that me and this person are going through? Or how can we communicate so she can better understand what it is that's needed? Or actual to where year 6, year 7 in a relationship is you're different people and you're better people than you were year 4 or 5. Instead, it's, well, what you got? What she got? What you gonna do? Why she done did this? What you gonna do? If she does this, they got to do this. Why it got to be this? Like, that junk don't work.
It's very.
How much money you got? What you gonna do?
Who gonna raise these kids?
Yeah, listen.
Well,
Let me say this to you, Scam. Listen, it's again to what Iz was saying, right? There's always exceptions to the rule. Now, 10 years of marriage, again, something, a person may just do something out of the norm. Not saying that it's off the table. What I'm saying is we don't reach for that first. We look at everything. You dig what I'm saying? Because when you read Ecclesiastes chapter 4 or chapter 5, verse 4, he says, when you make a vow to God, delay not to pay it. For he has no pleasure in fools. Pay what you have vowed. Better not to vow than to vow and not pay. Do not let your mouth cause your flesh to sin, nor say before the messenger of God that it was an error. Why should God be angry at your excuse and destroy the work of your hands? So,
is that more knowing and willingly?
That's saying that don't bring him involved. If you go and make sure, like, okay, so we're talking about marriage. If you're going to court this woman, make sure you court her. Don't jump into it. Don't jump into it willy-nilly and then marry her and then find out that she's a bird.
Well, I mean, is it more?
Dog, you got to stay with that bird. If
that bird doesn't do
anything, hold on.
Go ahead.
If that bird does nothing to put in for divorce, let's say she don't listen, she don't do that, you picked her. You married her. This is why a lot of people are going to find themselves caught up, because a lot of people make vows to the Father and don't keep them. They break them. When you sit there and say, I marry you in the eyes of the Father, that's a problem. Now, again, there are situations that are liable for divorce. Absolutely, 100%. They are liable for divorce. Make sure your situation is that. That's all I'm saying. It's more of a warning. I'm not telling you don't do it. I'm saying just don't be so willy-nilly to go ahead and do it because of how you feel. Because a lot of the times, both men and women, we make choices. We make permanent choices in situational situations, right? Because we're upset, pissed off. And I might have been friends 50 years with Iz. I know he just made 50, but you know, we have a long friendship. And because I'm upset right now, I throw it all away. That's why the Lord tells you, be angry and sin not. You have every right to be angry. What he's telling you is don't make no decisions when you're at that point of where you can't think clearly, right? Now, does it mean that he wants you not to be angry when you come and talk to Bolo? What he's saying is he wants you to talk to Bolo when you're more coherent in conversation, when you're a little bit more understanding. You can still be pissed off. Violence is not off the table. You may have to slap me. You may have to. But that's not the first thing you go to. Let's find out why. Why did you do that, Bolo? Well, this is why I did it. Is pop. And he might say, from your perspective, I can understand it. But, you know, it was bothersome, my G. You didn't have to go that route. And then I can say, hey, that was the only thought process that I had in that moment. I apologize it hurt you. I apologize that I disrespected you in that moment. And then, Lord willing, we can move forward past it. But what I'm saying is, here in this earth, we are too easy. We're too easy because the Lord don't punish us right then and there. We're too easy to vow something to him, whatever it may be. Lord, I promise not to do this no more. Then we do it. It's too easy. And the Lord is telling you here, it's a warning. Don't do it. You're better off just saying, thank you, Lord, and keep it pushing. When you put that kind of promise on yourself, it's heavy. And that's why the Lord tells you, let your nay be nay and your yea be yea. Just say yes or no, bro. That's good enough for me. It's good enough for me. But typically when we put God involved, that means that we need that extra strength to stay firm. It's the same way when you swear. You want someone to believe you. Believe me, believe me. I swear to God. Now, a person may say, damn, he's putting that on everything. You know how we say it in the hood. Put that on everything. We putting that on everything. So he must be telling the truth. That dude could still be lying. That chick could still be lying. They still could be lying, right? So at the end of the day, if I know his character and his integrity, I don't need him to go through all that. If he says I didn't do it, I got you. All right. Why? Because I know you. If I don't know you and your character is kind of shaky, then that's when I'll be like, all right, cool. And he'll know that I'll accept the answer. It doesn't necessarily mean I believe him. Does that make sense?
Yeah. In the scripture that you gave, I'm just trying to make sure it's okay. And let's use marriage as an example. There's people getting married in my 20s. I was actually, let's go back when I was in the Army. I was 18, 1998. It's people getting married, people married. And literally, they really thought, some of them even under God, because there wasn't as many believers in active whatever in the military. But there are people really believing that they were getting married and they were doing the right thing and this thing is going to work. They really believed it from what they knew at that time, at 20, 21, 18, some of them. Is there some kind of grace for that? Absolutely. Or people I knew in college and out of college, 26, 28?
Yes.
They really thought. Just like I'll be honest, when I was younger, when I met some of these great women I was dating, I really thought, you know what, this is gonna work. I'm good, she's good, we like each other. I didn't know, okay, to get her, yeah, you got to be this person and you got that covered. To keep her interested, yeah, you got that covered. But to get to that long term and that husband and all that, hey, bro, you need to know some more stuff. And I didn't know. So literally I thought, yeah, I'm good. We got this. Found out the hard way I didn't. But I'm like,
there's always grace.
Me, I know there's people in these 5-year marriages with 2 kids. I know
there's always grace. There's always grace. You know, and
the ones who just ain't trying and just up here on dust,
we don't know.
That's different.
But the point of the matter is we don't know. You know what I'm saying? I may look at you and say, man, you ain't trying hard enough, but you really trying hard enough. You know, and again, there are some people, let me kind of phrase that different. There are some people that we can see that ain't trying hard enough. We can
yeah. Just talking that stuff. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's talking and stuff.
Mhm.
You know, we have there is grace. That grace is, you know, the Lord is gracious and merciful. That's what he is. Because of mistakes that we make doesn't mean that we don't go unpunished. It means that we don't get the fulfillment of that punishment. There are some sins that we have committed that is worthy of death, and we don't get it. We get a fragmentation of that, you know? So, you know, David, he sinned. That sin was worthy of death. It was worthy of death, but he was punished in a different way, you know, from his son Absalom trying to take over the kingdom and all that other stuff. So the Lord finds ways to punish us to say, okay, I forgive you, my G, but you know, you're going to be punished a certain way. You know, now we don't get the fulfillment of the punishment. So if two people get together when they was 18, they were babies, there's a different thought process. Again, I can't speak for the Lord. I can just tell you from what the words say. And they're two different people, and the Lord makes room for grace and mercy. You know, this is why the Lord tells you, get to know who you are first, both the man and the woman, right? So that when you go looking for a wife, when you find one, she is a good thing. Because that husband, that man who has the foundation of being a husband, will know what he's looking for specifically to him. That's where we fall short. You have all these guys giving talking points of women being general. Yeah, and I think, you know, Iz can come in on this too, of women being in general. They're looking for in general women. When you're looking for a specific one that matches your fly. So why do you speak in general? Why are you not talking about, well, let me tell you what I like. I like this, that, and the third, because again, Lamborghini they don't advertise to everybody. There's a specific core of demographic that they advertise to, whether there's a deficit or not. Because when you make yourself available to everyone, you make yourself worthy of no one. You have to understand that.
So you're telling me I can't just be black and show up with a job, and I can't just get a Proverbs 31 woman? Is that what you mean?
What I'm saying is all marriages,
Come on.
They don't sell them in vending machines no more.
You know what Scam doing, man.
That's a good thing. Here's the thing, Scam. All marriages to a certain extent are the same. All marriages to a certain extent are the same. All of them. They have they should, and I'm talking about believers, they should have a foundation in Christ, and the marriage should be propagated to serve Christ. Now there's nuance to that. Now the nuance
and to serve each other though, right? Too,
right,
and
absolutely.
to serve each other.
In serving Christ, you're going to learn to serve each other. But
right.
We can be specific and say, in serving each other. So in that, now that's the foundation of all marriages in Christ. Now there's specifics because is a different man. I'm a different man. You're a different man. Mo Love is a different woman. Latanya is a different woman, and any other woman that's in the chat. So there's specifics on what makes this man and this woman click together.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So there's specifics between the two, but there should be a general consensus amongst everybody pertaining to what the relationship should have. Now, again, you know, it looks different in the nuance. You know, some households may work, you know, strategically in role play. Men do this, women do that. You might, in another marriage, you might say, man, my woman can do an oil change if she wants. She grew up that way. You know what I'm saying? I cook, I'm a chef. You know, in that relationship where the man does all the car things and all that other stuff, he may look at that marriage and be like, that's off. No, it's not. It's not off at all.
Yes, right. I think the key point, though, Scam and Bolo, to your point, and Mo may or may not agree with this, but I think the key point is that it's really according to that man and how that man moves and how that man operates, being that he's the one that's going to take care of the woman and that he is the leader or the head. So while he is supposed to take care of his woman and provide for his woman and love his woman and cherish and honor his woman, I think the key component of it is him knowing himself and picking a woman who is compatible with him and is able to move in the direction that he's moving. I think that that is very, very important. And
That's
I think
paramount.
I don't think a lot of us are really um socialized, trained, or initiated into that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We go off of, man, she fine as wine. She finer than frog hair, boy. Woo-wee. Or man, when I see her, the heavens open up and my heart just starts singing, right? But I don't think that I don't think a lot of us are really socialized or conditioned or trained to understand that that is the most important thing. Is she compatible with you? Does she have a willingness to work with you? And do you have the desire to take care of her and to see her at her best and winning? You know what I mean? And that culmination together, I think, is the winning ingredient. It's not going to be perfect. It's not
Right.
going to be. It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be struggles. It's going to be some hard times, but I think that has to be there in place.
Let me ask you a question. Where'd you get that saying? She's finer than frog hair. Where'd you get that?
Ain't no
Yeah.
telling. Ain't no telling. Ain't no telling, to be honest with you. I can't remember. I've been saying that forever, though. I got it from somewhere.
Hey, kids, let's be real. These dudes getting ragdolled by ugly women. Most of them.
You said by who?
Most of the dudes
Ugly women.
complaining it's ugly women that's
But
ragdolled.
this is the thing. That's subjective, though. You understand that, right? Right.
No,
What you might think is finer than frog hair, I might not. And what I might think is finer than frog hair, you might not. So
Yeah.
that's
Oh,
a very
yeah.
subjective. As long as she's attractive to them, is
Yeah.
all that really matters.
No,
you
she
know?
got a frog face and he knew it.
She just got a frog face.
Frog hair.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Here's
He
the
ugly
problem.
too.
Here's the problem, Scam. The
That's
problem
crazy.
is
I'm ugly.
here's the problem.
We
When
know
we're dealing
this.
with
Scam,
when
you
we're,
ain't got to tell us. We
when we're
already
dealing with
know.
men. When we're dealing with men, right? Because the conversation right
But
now.
don't worry, all men are ugly, Scam. To
Yeah.
me, all men
When,
are ugly.
when we're talking about men, these dudes that do that, they have no vision at all because they're using what other men may like and other men's talking points and other men's thought process to use in their life, and it doesn't work because they're not them. I hate when people always make examples of celebrities. You know,
Celebrities.
that woman, she left me at $1 billion. My G, you're not that dude. Speak towards what fits
Then
you.
then they say that paying all the bills works.
Well,
Listen, listen, this is what I would say. If you are in a position, right, to do that, God bless you. But here's the thing: what I would say, the Lord didn't make a woman not to work.
right. But I
That's
think that
that's not in the scriptures.
Right.
The Proverbs 31 woman worked.
right. She's a working
worked.
woman. But
She's a working woman.
I think that the thing is that, and not in that way, but I think that the thing is we have to have a plan, right? So you could pay the bills for structure and order, but still have a plan for a portion of your lady's money to work towards maybe investments, to work towards maybe the house fund or whatever the case may be. Maybe she's responsible for 2 little bills or 3 little bills or something like that. Nothing strenuous
Yeah,
on her.
not the majority. I
Right,
agree
right.
with
Nothing
that.
strenuous on her, but the man, we're taking the bulk of it. But it is something that she's adding to, because I think, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, Bolo. I think that it's important for women, and Mo, you could correct me too if I'm wrong or add on to it. I think that it's important for women to feel a part of what's going on, a part of the home, a part of the household, and them adding even a little bit of money to it makes
Mhm.
them feel a part of the situation and feel an ownership of the situation too. And I think that's important. I just think that the man should provide security for that woman as far as
Mhm.
taking care of the bulk of things. But he should have a plan, or they should have a plan for her money as well. But it's not really, they're not relying on her money, if that makes sense. What do y'all think about that?
Let me double down on what is saying. It's not about making the woman feel a part. The woman is a part.
Mhm.
Scripture says that she's joint heirs with you.
Mhm. But
So
women have to
no,
feel.
I understand.
Come on,
No,
Bo,
what I'm
have
saying
to
is no.
feel.
What I'm saying is no. I'm doubling down on the point that you're making that she is a part of this.
Mhm.
The Lord, the Lord tells us, nah, dogs, I made it for you both to work together. He didn't make it for us not to work together. Do he have the last say? Yes. But at the end of the day, she has a big word in that. Is the last say coming from him? Absolutely. But for her to be silent and not have a part of it, that's ill. It's off. So yes, she has a part. Yes, she plays a big part in it. A big part in it. Now, again, we understand the components of it. We understand the components. And, when we have this conversation, for some reason, most women hear less than when you have this conversation. And it's not about less than, right? And again, a quarterback is a quarterback. A running back is a running back. They both are important to the team, but they both play different positions. And we have to understand that. We're not comparing. However, if we have to compartmentalize and go into these different things, then we can do that. We can do that. The Lord does that. He says the head of the household is the man. However, at the same time, you can't do this without your wife because she's a joint heir. And if you don't live with her with wisdom and understanding, your prayers will be hindered. So he tells you how important she is. So, again, to what is saying, we need to stop thinking or stop pushing that they're not important when they are. I don't know if Mo, you want to add to that.
Hey, Vaughn, good to see you.
You want to add to that, Mo, or no?
I agree when I think Izzy was saying, you mentioned how, what did you say? The man is the sole provider.
Well, yeah, I think
But
that a
it's
man
okay
should
for the
provide the
woman
security. Right.
Yeah. In what ways were you speaking?
Well, I think financially, the man should take care of the bulk of the household and responsibilities. I do think that a woman should add to it, but I do think that it makes for a better situation if the man is handling the bulk of the thing and taking that stress off the woman. You know what I'm saying? What she feels with,
I
and
agree.
I just think it's a beautiful thing when she has her money and she like, baby, you've been taking care of this. Here's this or here's that. I want to do this for you because you've been doing this for us. Like, I just think that that's like, dope or whatever the case may be. That's just me personally.
I think the money people throw this fictional money or real money, they throw all these money conversations to cover up the real conversation.
How is that? What does that mean?
You mean
Well,
by that?
Wait. I agree.
Let's find out what he means by that first, because
But I'll be
confused.
brief. I'm sorry. But I do agree with it is on the man covering, and maybe because that's what I saw. Like, my dad was the main provider and my mom working was optional, but it was just in her, like she wanted to work.
Now, at the end of the day, most people don't like each other.
Whoa, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? How did we get from money? Wait, hold on, Mo. How do we get from the taking care of the household, and that's not the real conversation? The real conversation is supposed to be, why are you getting married if you don't like each other? That's weird, bro.
Right. I know there'll be moments where you dislike
Let me
each
rephrase
other.
it. Okay, let me rephrase that. Most people don't like each other. All this bills and throwing all this whatever, and they're divorced because of the finances and it's money that people aren't making, or they're making anyway. They were going to make it last year. They made the same thing next year. It's just money, and the people working, they do the same thing. There's not these people making these mysterical $500,000 a year. Next thing you know, he won't work and he's on the couch. That's not happening. Or he made the money and won't pay the bills. So then let me guess, they got divorced and he's single, living in an apartment. He's paying those. It's something to throw out there. And then when he get to the real then start throwing celebrities in the sky versus what's the real problem between you and this woman or this woman and this man? They don't like each other. They don't talk to each other. They ain't on the same page. They're not getting along. One believes this, the other one believes that. Or somebody just ain't doing something. People are not doing what they're supposed to do. That'd be 90% of the conversation, because people are not starving to death. They're not working at a bank and then next week both of them are homeless. That's not happening. But somehow that's 98% of the conversation. That's what I'm saying.
Well, again, again, to your point, a lot of people are having conversations they ought not to have. They're putting themselves in positions because, again, they don't know who they are. So it's easier to bask in the light of someone else because you can't create any warmness in you. If you don't know what your worth is, you can't demand your value. You can't go out there and get it. So what happens is a lot of these men and women, they find value in what other people find value in, and they create their lives around them. They'll watch Love and Hip Hop and Housewives of Atlanta and all these different things and think that that's what life is, when they don't know that these things are scripted, right? So this might be their life or whatever the situation might be, but this ain't yours. And they spend so much of their life trying to echo what someone else is, and they lose themselves. So they end up being with women or being with men that would have been good for some other celebrity, but not for them. You can't run away from who you are, man. You can try, but eventually you'll be by yourself, and then who you truly are or who you have lost in trying to be somebody else will show forth. That's the beauty of Christ, man. That's why Christ said to those men, that brought the whore, right? Here's the thing. She was in the midst of committing adultery. So that means they had to be butt naked, right? Or not. They didn't bring the man. They only brought her. And they threw her at Christ. Hey, look, she's deserving of death, which she was. She was. But what did Christ tell him? He who has no sin, let him cast the first stone. See, the law of Moses would have found her guilty. But you dudes are doing the same thing or even worse. That's what I'm saying, be afraid of. That spirit, brother. Be afraid of that. That's what's scary. That's what we need to really, really focus on. When we're talking to people and, our pain shows forth in the way we deal with that man or deal with that woman or show forth to that man or that woman. And it doesn't put them in a better position. It puts them in a worse position. The Lord's going to look at you too. So when these guys that you see that spend 38,000 hours talking about women they don't want, opposed to women that they do want, they don't know what kind of woman they want. They don't know. You know why they don't know? Because they don't know themselves. Because if I know who, yes, sir.
I think they want those very women that they complain about. They want them very bad.
I promise you, they don't. They don't know what they want, because you gotta understand something, man. If it was just about bread, the dude would get money and go out there and get the woman. But at the end of the day, when Mike Tyson had no money and he was ugly and no woman wanted to talk to him, and here it is now, he's worth $400 million at the peak of his career, and he had all these bad shorties around him. You don't think he knows that they want him just for the money? You don't think he knows that at that moment? Of course he does. Of course he does. He's not stupid. Now you can blind yourself to that fact now and think that now you're a handsome dude. You can blind yourself to that fact. The enemy allows that to happen. But they know. They completely know.
I got a couple people I know that call me and complain about women's. And the very women's that they complain about, they're ironing out a suit, flying up and down the interstate, going above and beyond, hunting for those women. And they want those type of women to be something that they're not. I see a lot of people doing that. They want bimbos, or they want the young goofies, or the wignoceros. There's a form of people who want something of what they are. Put it this way. The lazy guy doesn't go and apply for a CEO position. The dude who can't lift but 15 pounds doesn't go and apply for construction. He knows, no, I don't want to do that. They know that's not. They go and look for something or do nothing in a form of what they are.
Here's the thing: when the Lord tells you
Now,
that He can turn,
I do agree with a lot of people not knowing what they want, because there are a lot of people that are just followers.
well, you could create that.
Let the wind blow in circles, and there's like, oh, whatever Izzy Band says, yeah, submissive.
Right. Right.
Somebody else, oh yeah, 50-50. Ooh,
You
gotta
could create that thought
come
process.
to
Though.
yeah.
You could create that. You can create yourself. I'll give you an example. Right, we just seen this documentary with Diddy, and when they showed you his childhood friends talking to him, they said that he was lame in school.
Mhm.
Talentless dude, lame, but he had a knack for knowing music and things of that nature. So cool. He got into music and he started doing those things. Then he got jealous. He wanted to be the person in the front. He didn't want to be the guy that did the music. He wanted to be the thing. So he created this persona of this is what I do. It all falls apart sooner or later. Sooner or later, it falls apart. Sooner or later, we start to see who you truly are. You're not that person that you say. You created it. You wanted to be that.
Mhm.
You know, you've seen certain things, like when Suge Knight said, if you don't want your producer dancing all up in your videos or whatever, he wanted to be what those people naturally were. Right? These natural singers, these natural guys and gals that were gifted with lyricism to put word to paper and be able to make sense. He wanted that. He didn't have it. So what did he do? He robbed people of it. That's what these cats do. They rob people of it. They'll listen to Iz and hear him speak a certain way, and then they'll take certain mannerisms and they'll apply it to themselves. You ever seen that movie, the Italian Job?
Mm-mm.
With Mark Wahlberg? Well, they were thieves. They were all thieves. There was about 6 of them, and they were going to rob for gold, and they were asking everybody, "What you going to do when you get your money?" One cat said, "I'm going to get the biggest system. You put this system so hard, it'll blow the clothes off of a woman." Next person said, "I'm going to get this kind of car." Next person said, "I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that." Then they asked this cat, "What are you going to do?" He said, "I don't know." So, and that's the second Mark Wahlberg was, and he said, "That's why you have no vision. But with all the money you had, you went and got everything that everyone else said that they wanted."
Mm.
You dig what I'm saying? You had all this money. You could do whatever you want. You went and got the system that this cat was talking about, the car that this guy was talking about, the securities. You did everything that they would do. Sooner or later,
yeah,
Right.
seeking identity.
Absolutely. And here's the crazy thing. Those people who you seek validation from, they know who you are. You're not really in the group. They tolerate you because you may give them, you may add to their Patreon or to their Cash App. But nah, they don't rock with you like that, dog. You ain't genuine. Now,
Hey, PJ, good to see you.
are there those that are in that circle that they rock with? Absolutely there are. But a lot of these dudes they don't rock with because you're a carbon copy, man. You're not who you authentically say you are. This is why I say all the time, be authentically you, both men and women, because there's only one you on the planet. There's only one you, so be you.
Yeah. Just one last point. Something I noticed. Of course, the power dynamic doesn't work anyway, but there are men who all they know is to be a trick or to be some kind of a powering bully.
Yes, sir.
Some of it's light, some of it's heavy. But the trick mind, and some of this is taught. This is the bad thing. Some of them even went to college and come from somewhat good families, and it was told, if you're paying the bills in the house, and that's what makes you a man. So in his mind, put a suit on, get all this money, and go look for a weak woman, or look for a woman that you can control with money. But because that's what they're taught, and that's the only thing they can think, that's the only thing they'll be able to attract.
Yeah.
And the only match is either a woman he can dominate beat over the head with a briefcase, or the chick who tells him what he wants to hear and snatches that briefcase. But he can't see anything else because that's all he knows.
So let me ask you this, Scam, because I'm so confused. Is there Is there a scenario in your mind where a man is taking care of his household, a husband is taking care of his household with his wife, and it's not tricking?
Yes.
What's that scenario look like?
Okay. You know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the trip. Okay. Ephesians, I'll just say it because they talk about the Proverbs woman.
Hold on real quick before you go into that. Are you saying that a man taking care of his household is tricking?
No.
Right.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Is that what Izzy is saying?
Nah, that's what I'm trying to understand. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Oh,
I know what he's asking.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to understand what Scam is saying, because I thought that we were talking about husbands and wives. And so in my scenarios, in my mind, a husband can't trick on his wife. A husband takes care of his wife. He can't trick on his wife. So I'm confused from the perspective that
there
You
are trick
can't be a simp
husbands.
to your wife, brother.
hold
You
on real
can't be.
quick.
that's
You can't
service.
right. You can't simp or trick
Duty.
on your wife.
Yes,
Scam.
you-
That's what. No, you
I'll
can't,
explain
brother.
I'll explain it.
Okay.
Okay, here's the deal.
Mhm.
An Ephesians man, because now you talk about the Proverbs woman, I'm talking about the Ephesians man. Everything's done out of love. If he got money, cool, we got money.
Mhm.
Whatever's best for the family, which I'm never going to stop saying that phrase, whatever's best for the family. But that's like the giving 100% and taking care of the family, whatever. And he's working for his family. He's working for self, family, everything. The trick is working to buy his wife. It's a power dynamic. It's not a love dynamic. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
So then they're not truly married, then, dog.
Right. Some of them will marry.
It's a convenience thing. Then it's not.
Right.
So then
That's
it's not a
covenant.
biblical
It's
marriage.
not a
It's not a
real right. It's
covenant.
not, right.
Right,
It's
that's
not a marriage.
That's what I'm saying. Ephesian man and the Proverbs woman, that's going to be a marriage. Or Ephesian man, Ephesian woman. But Trick Jenkins over there is going to get Bimbo Davis. She's going to change her last name. Instead of actually loving, communicating, connecting, he
But
throws
Scam,
money, beats with a briefcase. She goes, runs out, and it's not going to work.
Usually tricks don't get married. Tricks usually don't get married, brother. That's what I'm saying,
telling you,
especially in
there are married
2026.
tricks. There are married tricks.
No, I'm sure there's some, but I'm just saying as a
They don't
rule.
last. They don't last, but yes, they do marry. Yes, they do.
So you're not talking about two people
They don't last, but yes, they do.
rightfully honoring God's covenant, two believers in
Right.
Christ. You're
Right, he's
talking
not.
about,
Some worldly mess.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm talking about power
Okay.
dynamic, competition. I paid all the bills. And, throwing a briefcase at the woman, using it, financial control, all the junk. And it
But here's
ends up being
But here's the thing,
stuff.
though, scam. But here's the thing in that, bro. The man is not just to blame in that.
Yes, she's to blame too.
Right,
Absolutely.
they
Both of them.
both partook in this
And their
marriage.
parents and even the dog. Everybody who
Right.
participated.
Right.
What
so
the
what I'm
dog
saying,
do?
no, the
What did
dog
the
didn't do
dog
nothing. The dog is just there. What
Dog
I'm
is
saying is
innocent.
she knew that this wasn't a dude that she wanted to be with, and he got bread, so I'm going to stay with him. And he knew that this is not a woman that he can mentally, emotionally, spiritually deal with. It's only a physical thing as far as the bread portion. So they both went into this into this contract, into this
In
nonsense.
bad faith, yes.
Right. So you got to look at both of them.
Oh yeah, it's both.
Right.
But I'm just saying that this does exist. Like everybody who's saying I'm paying all the bills or I'm got 4 companies and got money
Mhm.
isn't a provider. Some of them are manipulators. Some of them are professional tricks. That's all I'm saying.
But this is the thing, Scam. If you said
Like
it
every
yourself,
submissive woman isn't a submissive woman. Some of
Right.
them are bimbos and skeezers.
right? But you said it yourself. If you taking care of yourself anyway, right? Like for example, as a single man that lives alone, I have to pay my electric bill, my gas bill, my mortgage bill or rent, my utility, everything I have to pay anyway. So if I get married, my wife is gonna come be where I'm at. And so these are bills that I pay by myself every month anyway. Like, so at the end of the day, if you take care of yourself, if you're a grown man to take care of yourself, you should be able to add a woman to your situation, and it shouldn't necessarily deflate your whole situation. So it's not
Yeah.
tricking by by taking care of yourself and taking care of your wife. That's not a trick situation. That doesn't make
No,
sense.
I got you. I was talking more about, I'm just saying that it does exist. And there are a lot of people waving briefcases around. And
I don't
in
think
that,
nobody even carries a briefcase anymore, brother. I'm just being honest with you. Okay. I ain't seen it. When's the last time you seen a briefcase, Scam? I ain't seen one in a minute. Yo, Bolo, when's the last time you seen a briefcase, bro?
Yeah, they carry them in, lower Manhattan when they go to bed. But
I ain't seen one in a long time. I'm gonna be honest with you. I ain't seen a briefcase in a minute, B.
I know some of these fake providers, and it's not about taking care. It's about power dynamic getting what you want. And women too.
Right now.
That's the thing. And I know some women too who say, I just want a man to pay the bills because I'll be so submissive. And
they're
lying.
Yeah, that's a lie.
They just want what they want.
Right, anytime, but we know that's a lie, right? Anytime someone has to give a disclaimer, if then you know that's a lie, right? Because if it's in you and you're gonna display it anyway, right? Like I said, regardless, I gotta pay my bills every month anyway. So I have a certain track record that is in me because I gotta take care of myself, right? A woman that says you need to do this for me to do that, it's not necessarily in her. Because if she needs all of that for you to do, then that's not necessarily the right fit for you. A woman is going to fashion herself and do the things that she thinks is going to be fitting and best for the situation for y'all together if she's really into you. So that's just my perspective. So I don't like the if then.
I agree with that. No, I agree.
And this is another thing to what Izzy is saying. If you live a certain lifestyle, you're not going to change your lifestyle because a woman comes into it. She becomes a part of it.
Hey,
EAE. So if you eat a certain way and you live a certain way, there's certain type of restaurants you may go to, certain type of clothes you wear, whatever. A real man doesn't change because he introduces a woman into the relationship. You know what I'm saying? He continues doing what he's doing with her there or without her there.
Right. She's an addition. She's a good addition
to it.
Right.
So if I go to 5-star restaurants, I've been doing that. She gonna come with me because this is what we do. This is what I do.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna go to 2-star restaurants and then when I get her now start going to 5-star. It doesn't work that way.
Exactly.
That's the problem.
Right. That's the problem.
Some of these dudes do that. Some of these dudes will what they do is they tap into the woman opposed to the woman tapping into them.
Yes.
And that's the problem. That's where the issue starts. You know what I'm saying? And this is where, and here's the thing. Women are given an option.
Hold on, wait. Don't hold on. I apologize.
It's okay to consider your woman too.
No. But hold on, Mo. That's not a consideration. What Bolo said is a bar and a half. That's the absolute truth. And I think in society, this is part of the problem. You are absolutely supposed to tap in to your man, and the man is supposed to provide for you, consider you, and honor you. But the woman is supposed to be tapped into her man. The man is not supposed to be tapped into the woman. And the problem with a lot of these relationships and a lot of these situations is men don't understand that because the woman is beautiful, because the woman has this, has that, whatever the case may be. Men get enamored. And then that's not leadership. You cannot be leading and tapped into a woman and what her mission is and what her program is. It has to be the other way around. And then you provide for her, you take care of her, you love her, you honor her, you consider her, but you do not tap into her. Bolo, that's a bar,
right,
brother.
But I do want to say this.
Right.
I absolutely understand leadership in a woman submitting and she's under the authority of her husband. Absolutely 100%. But when I say tapped into, you do have to be tapped into your woman emotionally, mentally, spiritually. Those things matter. I'm not saying in a way where she's in control, where she's leading. I'm not saying that, but it's okay to be in tune with her is the part that I'm speaking to.
Yeah, but that's not what Bolo. Hold on, real quick, Scamp. That's not what Bolo.
But I know what you're talking about, where women trying to lead.
Right, but even more than that, right? Y'all are supposed to be in tune with each other and in sync with each other, right? And Bolo, again, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but what Bolo is talking about is a little bit different. It's subtle, but it happens all the time. Whereas, let's just say, for example, I seen this show, right? And this woman, and she was actually a singer, the one that sang "I Will Survive." Bolo, you know, what's that woman name? That singer that sang "I Will Survive."
Damn.
The real one, the
Anyway,
disco version?
Millie, yeah, the disco Millie. What's her name? Millie something.
Not Millie Rippleton.
No, not
Something,
Minnie
nah, not Millie Rippleton. It's anyway, Millie Jackson or something like that, right? So the woman that's saying "I Will Survive."
Jackson.
Yeah, huh? It was. It
No,
was.
it wasn't Millie Jackson.
I don't know. Wait. Her name. I don't forgot her name.
Gloria
But anyway,
Gaynor, that's
That's
it.
Gloria Gaynor.
yeah, Gloria Gaynor. That's it. Thank you. I'm all off. All right. So yeah, she was doing her thing, and her husband was like the manager / whatever. You know what I'm saying? And it came to a point where, as an artist and as the main event, she wanted to do things XYZ, right? And the problem and the dynamic in this situation was he had to either follow her or he didn't, and then it was an issue, right? And so he decided to basically do his thing. He got corrupt and started doing other stuff. But the problem was that he was like, damn, babe, I gotta follow you in order for this to work. I gotta follow, meaning like she's the artist, she's the main event. And so he's her manager, but she's the one doing the dates, booking the money, getting the money, doing the things. She's the leader of the relationship, whether he want to admit it or not. So
Yeah.
go-
What you're
Yeah.
saying, the woman can't be good at nothing.
that's not
You gotta be.
That's
So
not
what do
what
you
I'm
do?
saying at all.
Okay.
What I'm saying is this: if it to me, and again, Bolo, you could correct me if I'm wrong. And this is why I strongly believe. I believe that the vision is given to the man. Your woman is gonna have gifts, it's gonna have talents, it's gonna have things that God has placed in her that operate within your vision. Now, she may be the star accountant, or she may be the star singer, or the star, whatever the case may be. At the same time, if she's the star singer, she's gonna be a star singer in your church. If she's the star accountant, she's gonna be a star accountant in your accounting firm.
Okay, that's
So
more reasonable.
that's what I'm saying. So whatever gifts that are in her is gonna be for the glory of God through your relationship, but it's gonna be in alignment and in sync with whatever God has placed in you. That's what I believe. Am I wrong about that, Bolo?
No, you're not wrong.
No, that makes more sense.
What you have to understand is this: that the Lord set things up a certain way for a reason. Now, to what Mo was talking about, to the husband understanding, this is why 1 Peter 3:7 exists, right? When it says, you know, you must live with your wife in an understanding way. So all of those things that she was talking about, understanding her emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and physically, and having conversations, because listen, the most important decision that a man is going to make next to God being his Lord and Savior is going to be his wife, and vice versa. So why wouldn't you consider her? Right? Because if she has to live with it, you know, whatever decision that you make, why wouldn't you include her in the decisions that you're making, or at least say, listen, tell me what you think. You know,
Exactly.
how do you think we should mold this, or how do you think we should move, or whatever the situation might be, you know, to get her to see the picture, to get her to understand the vision that you're saying. You know, you don't want someone that doesn't understand the picture, because then they can't be a helpmate to you. So her being a helpmate is allowing her to partake in the thought process of creating it and things of that nature. Now, will there be times when you have to shoot off the cuff? Absolutely. But that shouldn't be a norm. You dig what I'm saying? So again, when we're talking about dealing with the word, you know, there are so many things that has been given to men and women that ought not to be given to them, because of how this world is created. And there's certain thought processes that men should not have, but we have them. There are certain thought processes that women shouldn't have, but we have them. So we have to fight. That's the fight. Like when people talk about being perfect in Christ, right? We hear these conversations. You could be perfect in Christ. You mean perfect in faith. There's a difference between being perfect in faith and perfect in Christ. Understand, this flesh could never be perfect because it was born into sin and shaped into
Shaping in
iniquity.
iniquity. That's right.
Period. So when Christ is talking about perfection in him, he is talking about your faith. That's what he's talking about. Okay, your faith being
And I
perfect.
would like to say something. When it comes to the submission portion, I agree with that because submission is order, but we also have to keep in mind that it's not erasure. So
It's not what?
it's being erased, a woman being erased. It's about divine structure. So a woman does not stop being who God called her to be when she gets married, but she does become covered. It doesn't mean that all the gifts that God has given her is canceled out. You know, we
Right.
have to keep it. You have to keep in mind that before a woman submits to a husband, she absolutely submits to God first. So that doesn't mean that because she has gifts that those shouldn't be erased. And a husband who is rightfully leading, he will understand that those things should be really an honor and an addition and not a threat to the relationship.
Yes,
Absolutely, but
I was going to speak to that.
it's definitely an honor and it's definitely a gift. We have to
In
understand
alignment.
we have to understand that those things that this is okay. So I guess we're gonna walk through this door. When the Lord
Yeah,
tells
I'm just saying,
let's
like,
walk through it.
Ali,
No, I
right? I
understand what you're
wasn't
saying.
done though.
Oh,
But
okay.
okay, you got it.
No, go ahead, go.
You there, Mo?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really say much, but
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You got the floor. This is your show. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that, you know, a leader maximizes what's under their care. And a woman who is rightfully aligned with the Lord, of course, she's going to submit to her husband and know that he has the final authority. She's going to align with whatever God has called him to do, you know? But that also doesn't dismiss that the Lord also placed gifts inside of her too. Like those things should, if you're rightfully aligned, those things should add value to the relationship. It shouldn't
I don't think anyone
cause
talks against that.
issues.
I agree with you, but I don't think
I'm not, I
anyone
didn't, I was
Uh-huh.
just making a statement. I didn't
Mhm.
say it as if anyone was talking against it.
Oh, okay. But
Not
I
yet.
agree. Yeah, I
Okay,
think
go ahead.
whatever talents the woman should have or whatever the Lord blessed her with, it if a man is in tune with the Lord, he magnifies that 100-fold. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I agree also.
Yeah, I agree. Go ahead.
If I marry a woman and she's a nurse, great. Medical access in the house. If she's a teacher, good. Help with the kids. Well, I probably ain't having no kids. They're ugly. If she's better with money than I am, cool. Teach me something. Let's get this money right. But I'm not going to be competing. I'm the leader. You're going to nurse under my program. I don't know nothing about no nursing.
But that's not. But see, this is what I'm saying, and that's where it gets goofy, right? Because the truth of the matter is. Wait, hold on, real quick. The truth of the matter is that it's not about being in competition, and it's not about like lording over her in the sense of that she's not an individual or that she doesn't have autonomy over herself, right? The part of the beautiful thing about a marriage and coming together is the desire to be with one another, because you are two godlike beings that have autonomy and that could decide and choose to do whatever you want to do. And even though the judgment is at the end, right? So part of the beauty of it is two people coming together, two imperfect people coming together, building something greater than themselves for the glory of God and for the glory of God's kingdom, right? So it's not a situation of, oh, look, yeah, I'm bossing you. No. It's a situation of those gifts that she has should be aligned with what you're doing as a man for the edification and the glory of God. The two people coming together is really to edify God and for God to be glorified through them, right? So I think a lot of people miss that. So it's not about like lording over or being a boss or being like a tyrant or a dictator. It's about y'all coming together, her gifts add to what you're doing, and then y'all are building something beautiful. Two people coming together. So that's how I see it.
Yeah, I wasn't pushing it back. I'm just saying there are people who find a way to make it a competition or step into grounds. I'm saying that does happen. That's all I was saying. There's more love's fault anyway.
Mo didn't even do nothing. Mo was innocent. Y'all there?
Yeah, I'm here. Well, I think that, you know, the conversation was pertaining to, you know, the leadership, and I think that, again, you know, we have to understand that these men that are taking head or leadership, whatever word you want to put on it, they can't do it from a position of ego, because I think that's the position that Mo is coming from. That a lot of the times these men, when they take that position, they tend to want to stifle the gifts that the Lord had bestowed on the woman. Is that the position you were coming from, Mo?
I'm just talking about erasing.
Or diminishing, or making it smaller, or erasing. Yeah, I think that was the word she used. Is that the position she was coming from? Well, she might have walked away. But yeah, you know, your man, your husband rather, will magnify it. You know, kind of sort of like what you said, Scam. If you're better at doing taxes than me, you doing the taxes. Now, here's the thing: a man would want to learn, not that he would want to take it, but I would like to understand it. You know, now I may not have all of the know-how or the understanding that you may have, but I just want to know around the room, if that would make sense. You know, there are some women that are better mechanics than men. You know what I mean? If I'm not a mechanic, listen, let me watch what she's doing so I can at least know my way around the room. What if she's hurt and she can't do something? Then it's going to be left up to me to make it happen, because we expect that from the wife, right? That she should be able to do something around the house in case I get hurt and she can't do it. And it should be vice versa. There should not be a problem as a leader learning something, because at the end of the day, David had very skilled counselors that knew more than him in whatever they were specializing in. You know, that's what a smart leader does. He surrounds himself with people that are better than him. And, you know, he says, okay, well, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Okay. And then with that information, he is able to make a decision for that moment, the best decision that can be made for that moment. So it's important, you know, that he not diminish her. This is why the Lord tells us to live with our wives in an understanding way, right? What does that mean? If you understand her to be better than you with this, dog, that don't make you less than a man. That don't make you less than. You got a good woman that's skilled at this. The Lord blessed her to be skilled at knowing the word, be skilled at singing, to be skilled at mathematics, to be skilled at finances, to be skilled at counseling, to be skilled at meditation. Let you lean into that. How can we use this to help us progress what we're trying to do for the kingdom? How can we use it? And that's what it should be done. I'm not afraid that the Lord may give you a word. I'm not afraid of that. Let's sit down and build on it. Let's go through it so that we can be in alignment even more. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I believe that this ego and this gender thing comes at a point, because, you know, you may have a woman that may know more than you in the word. And instead of a man leaning into that and learning and growing, you know what I mean? What they do is they get offended and they want to stifle, because they don't want people to see that she knows more. Learn, bruh. Grow. And vice versa. Grow, learn. So there's not a mistake in it. It's, you know, how you deal with the situation. Perspective is important, man. It's very important. Perspective can make something or it can break something. It's up to you. Again, like I say all the time, the water didn't change, Peter did.
Yeah,
Peter
some of these bad pictures are being taught to where this man is supposed to do these 6 things, and anything outside of that is wrong, or you're not a man. Or this woman is supposed to do these 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 things, and anything outside of those boxes is wrong. There is teaching that's actually teaching that,
Well,
and it can be a problem.
it's important to you to know who are you allowing to pray into you, brother. You have to know. So when things are good or things are stable, your job is to understand who is around you. Because here's the next step. You're not only your friends, not only can your wife or your husband can tank your direction, so can your friends. Because if I'm at odds end with my wife, who am I leaning on? My family, my brothers, spiritually and physically. And if they're off and I'm in a moment of hurt and they're pouring into me, then I'm going to be off, and vice versa with her. If she's surrounded by hurtful women and things of that nature, when she's hurt, they're just going to pour into her. So, when you're in good times, make sure you're surrounded by brothers and sisters that are rooted into the word, that want the best for you. Not the best for them through you, but the best for you. Because they may be going through something, but they're still able to compartmentalize to say, you know what, although I'm going through a breakup, I still want to see my brother stay in his relationship and work if it can. So there's a lot of nuance to this thing, man, that
I agree.
if
Yeah,
we
we're
don't,
talking about people. We're talking about people who are individuals dating other individuals. So there's always going to be a bunch of lies.
absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot of nuance that goes to this. And it starts with, knowing you and your relationship in Christ.
Yeah, I know people, a couple of friends of mine come from 2-parent households, and they say they still never didn't grow up seeing a norm of functional relationships. So I'm like, well, my God, what in the hell do people come from 1-parent or 0-parent household seeing? And then they turn 26, 28, meet a person. They're supposed to somehow emulate or create something they never seen. And then the friends or a lot of their support or whatever are having same or different problems. Or I've seen where there's people who come from, a lot of people around them have successful marriage relationships, or at least they think. And the advice that's given to them doesn't work for them, because they're still an individual and they need something different, or they are something different. And they're thinking all they got to do is what the aunts, uncles, and cousins and whatever tell them. And it's not going to work for them because they're way different.
Right. What we need to do is, we hear that too in certain things. Like when you tell a person, you should stop smoking, it's not good. Well, my uncle smoked for 30 years. My dad smoked for 30 years and such and such. Well, that 30 years don't mean that it's going to translate to you. So what we should take from other people's experiences is I don't want to say what fits us.
Mm-hmm.
Take the greater good of the story and retrofit it to what your situation is. And this is what we don't do. If 1 or 2 things don't fit, we don't want it at all. That's not altogether good. If something makes sense, if Iz is telling me something that happened in his life, and he's only telling me because I've expressed to him something that happened in my life, and he's like, "Yeah, Boulder, it's not the same situation, but this is how I got through it, doing this, doing that, doing this, doing that, doing this, doing that." instead of me trying to shoot everything down, what I should be looking for are those things that I can take from his story and apply to me that I might not have had to make it a better situation. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And this is what we tend to do. We tend to slip in that in that thought process. And this is where we need to do better. You know, we need to do better. You know, so it's not easy, man. This thing is not easy, bro. This thing is hard. You know, this thing is hard because we are continuously fighting with ourselves. We are continuously at war with ourselves. You know, and we got to stay on top of ourselves, bro. We have to, you know, because again, it's not easy. You know, but I appreciate all of the conversations that we have, you know, because again, when I play it back in my mind's eye, I'm able to sit there and hear it from a positioning and saying, okay, what did I say wrong, or how can I do better in this conversation? You know, a lot of us don't do that.
I don't do that.
I try, you know, a lot of the times, you know, I'll say, what did I say wrong, or how could I have said this better?
Real conversations, yes. Dust ones, I don't do that. I ain't gonna lie.
Even in dust conversations, I say that because again, every conversation, regardless of whether it's a dust one or not, words mean things. So even in dust conversations, I try to, you know, depending on what the conversation is. Again, for me, I filter everything through the lens of God, right? So we can talk about movies, sports, or whatever. I tell you, sometimes it takes me 2 times to see a movie because the first time I watch a movie, I'm filtering it through God. You know, what's the subliminal messages they're looking for, listening to the message. So I can't really enjoy it. You know what I mean? But the second time I go, okay, I done filtered everything that I need to filter through it, and I may catch something new. So it's your mind is never at rest unless you meditate. Then that's different. But going through, this is why the Lord says there's no rest for the weary, man, because we're fighting so much on all 4 parts of the body, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. This is why God tells you put on the whole armor of the Lord, because Satan is attacking you in all directions. And you have to be omnidirectional and protect yourself in all these different ways. And it's not easy, man. It's not easy. So this is why prayer is important. This is why conversations like these are important, because it's progressing to a point. It's not that we're having circular conversation where we're complaining. We're having conversation, and sometimes it may get a little heated. Sometimes it may get a little loud, but the point of having it is, okay, it's going to work itself out, and then we're going to have a clear understanding. And we may not agree. But I understand where Dusto is coming from. And just from me understanding where Dusto is coming from, it puts me in a position to understand him more, you know, and understand the perspective that he was trying to come at. And I think that's where we lack a lot of the times. What do you think on that?
No, that makes sense. But you realize we're all individuals and all got work to do.
Yes.
And there's a different level of understanding and different level of conversation needed for each person. Just like, you pretty much get it. You need to go into it in detail.
Yeah. You know, a lot of the times I have conversations with people and I try to, it's easier for someone to see when they're not attached to the situation. You know, a lot of the times when you talk to somebody and you focus them out of the situation, they see it a little bit better. Like with David, when David got Bathsheba pregnant and killed his man Uriah, that was crazy. And the prophet had to come to him and use a different situation, a different scenario. And after he finished the story, David was like, man, show me that dude, man. That dude right there, he's deserving of death. He's this. And that's when the prophet said, it's you.
He had him killed. I thought he tried to have him killed.
No, he had him killed. He told her, he gave Uriah a letter to give to the general or the man at arms, whatever the scripture says that he was, the head, and told him to put him on the front lines. And he was killed.
Oh, okay. Because I know he sent him out there, put him out there. I didn't know he had him killed. That he actually got killed.
He put him out in the front line.
Or was it he tried to have him killed? Okay.
Well, he knew that there was war. He knew that, put it this way, he would be in a better position for him to die by putting him in the front lines. Because Uriah didn't leave. Uriah was like, my man, I'm not going home to my wife. Because after David left and got her pregnant, he was like, yo, go home, go to your wife, be with her. Because he was hoping that he would have sex with her. And they could kind of, hide the fact.
Was his. Yeah.
Right. That dude slept on the front door of David's castle. Like, now I'm not going home. I can't go home to the warmth of my wife, knowing that my men are out there. He was like, yo, babe, damn, man, this dude ain't listening. All right, man, here, give this letter. He gave it to me, put him in the front. And unfortunately, Uriah was killed after that. So again, when you're able to take when you're able to take yourself out of the situation, a lot of the times we're able to think a little bit clearer. We're able to think just a little bit clearer. However, when we're in it, it's hard to see it. It's hard. It's not easy. Mo, you back or are you still away? Isn't that a stupid question? If she was back, then that would mean that she's not away anymore. That's like calling someone and asking them, are you asleep? Mo, you there?
Mo, you awake?
Nah, I know she ain't sleeping. Mo don't sleep, son. She don't sleep. But let's read some of these comments that some of these cats are writing, because it looked like they got some good comments.
Come on, coffee. Yeah, every time I go, he pulls me up in the chair.
He says, physically free yet mentally bound by the past describes a state of being where an individual has escaped a restrictive situation, such as traumatic environment, a toxic relationship, or a significant life hurdle, but continues to experience emotional or psychological limitations imposed by those prior experiences. This is a constant topic that screams for answers. I think it is a fight within. Absolutely, sir.
I think that a lot of people are running from something, but they're not running towards something. So they're too close to what they're running from. Or they believe they're running from something, but they're running around in a circle around the same thing, that same problem.
It could be that. It could be that. You know what else? Because here's the thing. Right, let me just finish reading the comments, then I'll respond.
Okay.
This is a constant topic that screams for answers. I think it is a fight within. All right, folks. Have a good rest of your stream and good night. Good night, my G. I didn't know you said that. He comes back. Hell nah, scam. I'm staying now cause you called dust. Sounds like you want Panda Bear smoke. Then he comes back and says, depends, Bolo. Facts. You can be a father in the home physically and still not be there. Be there. The money is running the home. Love is not running it. This is what you said. Narratives. Money is only money. Then he comes back and says, facts, Bolo, because when I went to college, I had other family members saying, you don't have to. Okay, there you go. You don't have to go to college to be successful. Everybody don't want to go to college. That almost discouraged me. Then he says, from going, different things work for different people. Had planned that, well researched. Then Kanye says, and should be taken to the Lord. Facts. In all directions, Satan and adversity is coming at you. If it did not happen to them, they either don't care about who it happened to, or they believe that it does not exist. Okay. So, what did you say now? Scam?
Trauma, pain,
Right.
all the stuff we live through, disappointment
Uh-huh.
stays with us.
Right.
The only way to clear or drop it off or overcome it, you have to climb a higher level and leave it behind,
Mhm.
or run so far away from it you can't see it. But that means you have to run to something, like running to God.
Okay. Absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
I'm running towards God, like really running towards him. I can't see but so much devil, or because I can't see but so much dust because I'm running towards God.
That's true.
If I'm like just with fitness, I don't see a whole bunch of fat when I'm running on a 4 mile run. I'm sweating too hard. I'm in Florida. I run 3-4 miles when it's 110 degrees.
Damn.
Yeah, my heat tolerance is through the roof. Now,
Mine
cold
is-
weather can't deal with it.
110. Wow.
That I get
I
He didn't
cannot
go-
imagine.
easy.
The hottest I ever did was 3.5. It was one. Heat index was 117.
Damn.
Yeah, I would be deceased. I
But see,
mean, without a
here's-
doubt.
Here's the thing to what you're saying, Scam, right? Because again, if we don't, we all go through stuff. All of us go through stuff.
Mhm.
And the scripture says that there is a man that gets rid of a demonic force in his house,
Mhm.
cleans the house out. The demonic force leaves. A demon leaves, gone. And when the demon comes back, he finds that the house is empty. The house is not furnished. So he brings 7 demons stronger than him to move in. What does that mean? That means that when you get past your problem or past your trauma,
That's
past
true.
whatever it is, if you don't put something in place of that space, if you don't fill that up with Christ, if you don't fill that up with learning and understanding and things of that nature, you're bound to fall back to it
Mhm. Right, you're too close to it.
or a variant of it. You know what I'm saying? So again, this is why the Father tells us that ever learning and not able to come to the truth. You know, we're moving constantly. We're moving constantly and we're growing constantly. And we have to stay in the spirit. It's not easy to do. This thing it's not easy to do because you're choosing to listen, every time we talk to a person, genuinely, every time we talk to a person, you lose a bit of yourself and you take a little bit of them. Did you know that?
That's fair. Yeah.
Of course. When you're able to empathize with them, you're putting yourself in
When
their-
you become empathic, it multiplies.
Absolutely. How am I able to give you what you need in the spirit if I don't feel what you feel? How am I able to do that? You can't. This is why sometimes when a person gives you advice and you look at them and you're like, man, this dude don't know what he's talking about because you don't feel it. And sometimes it could be you. It doesn't necessarily mean it could be them or it could be you because you can be in that position of where you're hurt that you're not trying to hear. And sometimes it may take time for you to hear it. And vice versa, it could be that person, they're not empathetic enough. And they're just saying it and not considering the pain and the hurt that you're going through. So it's a balance between the two, right? It's a balance. But, however, you take a piece of them. What's that song? Every time you go away, you take a piece of me with you.
I grew up on that song.
There's truth to that. There's truth to it. Because again, that's how Christ works. That's how he works. The reason why he's able to talk to us the way he talks to us is because he's in us. When the Lord tells us, forsake ye not the assembly of one another, come together, talk with each other, be there for one another. When he tells us these things, there's a reason why he's telling us, so that we can get to know each other. I can't know you're hurting if I don't know you're hurting. I hope that made sense. If I don't know you, then I don't know what makes you happy, what makes you sad, or things of that nature, right? It just may be a subtle thing. Oh, Mo don't talk like that. So she's pissed off. Yo, Mo, you good? Because sometimes when we hurt, we go into a corner. We don't want to talk to nobody about it. I know I get like that at times. I promise you I do. That's just how, I grew up. Now, am I working it out? I am. Slowly but surely, I'm working it out. But that's just my way of dealing with things. I get quiet, because I'm trying to figure it out in my mind. So this is not an easy thing, man. This is so hard because you have to compartmentalize everything that's going on around you. You have to become, a counselor to those. You may do it in your life. You may be going through pain, but someone needs you in the moment. So you put what you're going through to the side to talk to them. You put that pain to the side. And now the little that you have for yourself, you're able to dissect it to give them a little bit and leave yourself with just a small bit. I told you.
Yeah, I've been having to do that in the last few years. But the good thing is I always have people that I can call.
Beautiful.
So I know it makes it easier for me to be the person that other people can call.
Yeah, if you have somebody to call, that makes a huge difference.
Yeah, I usually always have people I can call.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes it may just meet certain people I can talk to about certain things.
Yeah.
But if I didn't have that, I wouldn't be able to take other people's calls. But last 12 months, man, the calls I be getting, oh my God. It be the people you think are so okay. Or talk all the big, and then they call it. And then when they tell you what they got going on,
you wouldn't believe.
Or the people you think got so much going on, they just chilling.
Mm-hmm.
There's somebody who called me once about 6 months ago. One of the toughest people I know. And all I was telling them was how I see this person and what I know that I see in them while they're struggling. I know what they're going to be in the next 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And the person, tough as they are, broke down crying. Just needed to hear that something positive.
Right.
And he knew I was telling them that because it was what I really believed. Person broke down crying, couldn't believe it. Well, couldn't believe it, but caught me off guard.
Yeah. Sometimes people are carrying so much that you'll never know, Yeah,
he just needed to hear something because all these people, all he done did, all the struggling, nobody just said, hey, man, good job. Hey, man, I see where you're going. Everything being negative or either being dismissed to the point where he's almost forgetting, with some light at the end of this tunnel. And I've been there before. I done had life fall apart, then fall apart and fall back apart.
Mm.
In a matter of some, like, hold up, all 8 bad things can't happen. 3 things it's 3 things that was supposed to happen.
At the same time.
How did 6 things fall apart?
Mm-hmm.
Enemy keeping you from going the way you need to be, baby. Having you focus on other things, hoping that you would forget on what your mission was. Right? You got these 3 things or these 6 things you got to take care of, and hopefully by the time you get to the 6th thing, you're not focusing on what you initially were heading towards.
I remember I moved to Houston, had like $3,000, which wasn't no money. It was 2008.
Mm.
I want to leave Virginia, graduated from college. I'm moving to Houston. Packed up the car and just left. I'll figure it out when I get there. Got there, everything fell apart. everything. Then Hurricane Ike hit.
Oh, I remember.
I remember girl I was dating, she didn't make me mad. I was staying with some cousins that I met when I got there. Just knew I had some cousins, met them, you know. The jobs just kept saying no, just for whatever reason. Then Ike hit. About to be almost all the way out of money. Ike hit. All you can do is walk around mad. You ain't had no power. Couldn't even plug on something and get on the computer and be mad. I just had to walk outside mad. Then found out my brother's sick and he in a coma.
Oh my God.
So when I get the phone calls, because the signals is all bad, I'm scared to answer the phone, even if it's an employer. So if it's somebody calling from Virginia, 757, I'm scared to answer it because they're gonna tell me something with my brother. If it's out of state, I can't take somebody calling me with some rejection about some. Nah, I can't take one more.
Mm-hmm.
But then my dad, I remember telling me, because I'm complaining about ain't no jobs, ain't no job. It's like, did you know how many jobs do you need? One? How many do you have now? 0? So you're only one off. I know somebody who has jobs. Somebody named God. He has jobs. Why don't you ask him for one?
Mm-hmm.
You run around here with a suit on and all this stuff. Did you ever ask God for a job? Didn't even think about it that way.
Right.
Actually praying, but not just asking, hey, God, can I get the job that you want me to have? And if you give it to me, I'm going to take care of it. And I'm going to take care of you. Didn't even think about it. All this just praying out of anger. I want a job. Mad prayers. Get me out of this. But
I get it.
After going through that, then some other times it gets to the point where when bad things happen, I just call and I talk to me, my sister, somebody. I'm like, look, yeah, I'm mad, but I know what's about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Every time something falls apart, I grow back 6 times stronger. I just got to go through this process.
Right.
Every time. But now it's like not only that, but I got to be there to help other people get through some of these same process. And that's what that conversation with that person who was going through it was.
Yeah. And when you said God is in control of the jobs, and that's how we treat so many situations at times. God can be treated like a backup plan instead of the foundation. When he teaches us in his word to seek him first, and all these other things shall be added. But what do? Human nature, we try to figure it out a lot of times. Then we ask God, So yeah, that's so true.
I remember my brother got married. 2 things. One was Ephesians. That my dad's best friend is a doctor and he's a pastor also. First he said, first thing he said, and he talked about submission. That was the first time I really heard it as a real conversation, other than the junk they say on these dust panels. He talked to my brother first and said, you need to submit to God because you're the head of your household. And if it's going to be a Christ-based relationship, Christ-based household, you submit to God. It's the first thing you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
Then you need to submit to God, but it's going to be through your husband. He's going to submit to God and you submit to your husband. That's how y'all are going to serve God. Then he said to my brother, marriage ain't going to be easy. It's going to be some problems.
Mm-hmm.
And the easiest thing to do is run away from God. But the thing you need to do is run to God.
Yeah.
And that was a very lesson, when me and Truth, they got into some extra dust. Truth tapped.
Mm-hmm.
It was really stupid. But he was at a dark place and actually ran to God. And you see a difference in him.
Mm-hmm.
Truth ran to God. That's what you're supposed to do.
Right.
And there's a lot of light in the place that he's in now versus where he was at that time.
Right.
And he's head of his household, got a new baby. Same thing.
Hey, Blue Jay. Yeah. And
Shout
I
out.
think that's the huge issue today that we see. Not only are men not truly following the word, well, yeah, they want you to submit to them and they're not even really aligned with God. Like, why would I submit to that? You're
Did you see?
you're you're partially aligned. Like a lot of your actions don't demonstrate somebody who is truly aligned seeking the Lord. So
Did you
for
see what?
you to
Oh, yeah.
like when men address one part of the Bible, like they harp on submission, but their lifestyle doesn't reflect a life that shows that they're truly submitted to God. That's awkward, and that speaks to another level of dysfunction. But yeah, that's the irritating part for me, like focusing on submission, but you're not even truly submitted to God, you know?
Did you see when maybe a month or two ago, Jay Speed was on a panel and dudes were arguing, women's, submission.
Mm-hmm.
He said women hate the word submission. They hate the act, they hate this, they hate it, they hate it, they hate it. And then he said, I hear all these submission conversations, and I've never heard anything about God. Sounds
Yeah,
to men hate submitting to God. And the looks on their faces were just frowns.
right.
What he said, peace and love, everybody strive for the best. It dipped off because there was nothing else that needed to be said.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But
But
that's why some of these conversations, I'm like, really? Like, do
yeah,
you even align your life with the word, or do you only relate to that particular portion of it? It doesn't make sense.
I just more admit that I know I have some dust, about 3 gallons. Along with me having dust is going to be a level of grace.
Hmm.
I'm not asking for this 22-year-old Proverbs 21, Proverbs
That's
30.
what I'm saying. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like
That's not realistic.
nobody's perfect. So for some of these men to require a woman has to be this way, she has to submit. She have to. Okay, but sir, what are you bringing to the table?
Is there a table?
Oh,
And I'll say it. A while ago, I met woman. Was out going out to go salsa, meet cute woman in the parking lot, talking like 15, 20 minutes. Like, you know what? We'll go salsa. All right, let's just go out. So we went, met. It's about 9:30. We're hanging out, talking, vibing till like 3 a.m. I'm thinking, okay, this is somebody.
mm-hmm.
Next day, go meet her, talking point at me.
Yeah, I'm
Brought out the
taking
troll.
running.
Somehow she decided that, well, when I get married, I don't need to work. That's the man's job.
Mm-hmm.
And said something else. I thought she was joking. And it's so bad. I remember her talking, and my head was on the table.
Yeah, well, ma'am,
They don't
unless
wait.
your husband is a millionaire or you don't have to work, it's not a requirement. That's cool, but you can't just come to the table saying, "I'm not gonna work." It takes two.
Yeah, you can do that. And I
in
remember asking her.
2026.
She's like, "Well, why should I work?" I was like, "If you don't believe in working, why don't you stop working now?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'll be under a bridge." Well, if you're dating somebody like me and you stop working, where do you think you're gonna be?
Really?
Well, I
I
take care of
mean,
the kids, and
I
I
think.
don't have any kids. What are we
Well,
talking
if
about?
she lost her job, that would be different. So, are you saying you would not be able to sustain temporarily if
I'm saying, if I meet a woman and she sews, if I meet a woman and she coaches, if
Mhm.
that's what you were doing before I met you, how is it as soon as I come, you can't do nothing? What would
Oh
I?
yeah, that's the problem.
or she was a police officer, but as soon as she meets me, she can't do nothing no more. Nah, I don't want that.
Period, Blue Jay. No, I'm playing. I know.
But
And part of being a good thing is, helping out, working.
yeah, me personally, less than once per year do I meet women that come with me some stupid stuff, and I don't talk to them again. I don't even remember her name. If I saw her, I wouldn't even recognize her.
Hmm.
But once per year, I'm not gonna act like this is what you run across Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and this is what all. No, that's not true.
Yeah. Hmm.
But yeah,
Blue Jay said, according to God, we bring a good thing. Case closed. Laugh out loud.
yeah. But no, I have dust. I'll be bringing that too.
That's funny.
No,
I
there
mean,
will
I
be
think
some dust.
everyone has
When I
some
get married,
dust.
I'm bringing some dust. Some of it I'm going to work on and get rid of, but some of it is there to stay.
Hmm.
If I meet a woman 33, 38, 40, however old, she's going to have years of, some of it is going to be there and it's going to be there to stay. And we're going to have to deal with it. Just like every friend of mine that I have has some kind of dust with them and I just have to deal with it. And they say that I have some too. I think I'm innocent, but it's like,
I mean, every human being, and you get what I'm saying? We're all flawed.
yeah, I thought I was perfect, but
Did you?
yeah, man, I pay all the bills.
Mm.
Yeah, all you got to do is be black and get a job, memorize the talking points, and you're perfect. Qualify for a 23-year-old 31 virgin.
It's crazy. Mm-mm. Yeah, I think it's sad. And if so you've actually been on dates where people use YouTube, well, social media talking points.
And I've been in Florida since 2021.
Mm-hmm.
2 women that I've met that I had to troll and run all the way off for saying some real stupid stuff. You think I'm a troll up here? Let a woman throw some talking points at me.
I cannot imagine.
Yeah, the girl's like, so why are you waving for the check? We just got here. This date is over? Yes. And I went, and it was only like 10 something. So hey, I had time to go salsa since I'm already in Orlando. Go meet somebody else.
Really?
I want to hear this. Yeah, I ain't listening to you.
Mm-hmm.
Or another one, maybe 2022. She was a nurse.
Mm-hmm.
And second time met up, she was talking about I just got some questions because I just don't want to waste my time. I just want to know because I think that a man and I think that a woman's like, all right, what you been listening to online?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think a man should. Okay. How about you take the time and get to know me and see what happens? I want you
Right.
to start there. Yeah, but I want to know. No, you don't. Okay. The questions that you're going to ask, you don't want my answers. She kept insisting. Well, because if I have kids, I should stay at home with the kids. And okay, cool. Tell me what you know about child development, nurturing,
Mm-hmm.
education. Tell me what you know and what you've been studying the last 5 years. Huh? That's what I
Where
thought.
do you meet these people?
This one online, the other one in the parking lot of a salsa club. But that one, well, I think a man should make enough to do. Well, I don't feel like making. Nah, I'll make. She's like, when she said the average man, I was like, okay, what?
So you do desire marriage, right?
Not dust marriage.
Do you pray? Do you pray? Like, is that something that you take to God?
Yeah, I'm gonna be all right.
Okay.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to troll somebody. Want to ask too many
Oh
questions?
my
All right, fine.
God.
You want? I told her not to ask the questions,
Mm-hmm.
and she wanted to keep asking. So you know nothing about kids, child development, birth, none of that. And I'm gonna go work and leave the kids at home with you. And you're talking about a plan. And you don't, and I'm supposed to put kids in you and let you raise them. You don't know nothing about them, and you ain't been preparing for the last 5 years. How much sense does that make? I asked her that. She couldn't say anything because she knew I was right. Then it's just,
And she didn't have children, right? Or
No.
did she? Okay.
And then I asked her, I think you should take the time and probably get to know me versus trying to have this conversation. Well, can a man take care of it? Look, I'm not that motivated to split up my money 4 ways to a person who can work 4 or 5 ways from kids that ain't even existing yet. When a person, why don't you stick to doing what you know? You're a nurse. You work and you make money. That's what you know how to do. Do that. Don't be trying to play these away games.
Yep. The dating scene of 2026.
Then she eventually broke down and was like, I never thought about this stuff like that. Okay. Maybe you should think about it before you start questioning somebody like me.
Mm-hmm. So did y'all go out like afterwards? Or?
No, I don't even remember her name. I usually leave enough troll imprint to where they don't want to call me back. That's the goal.
So how do you expect to?
I want to turn those people all the way off.
So you don't start trolling until they turn you off, basically.
When they push the dust button, I'm not interested anymore.
Okay, I got you.
So I might as well just say it as it is, unfiltered. Like, this is where you want to go. This is how it's going to be. You start demanding stuff and suggesting, and I think a man, oh, okay. She's going to tell me what a man should be doing. Okay. But no, the decent ones, I just have better conversations. But I don't engage in warfare and competition and all that. I'm not interested.
Right. I hate that. Blue Jay said, Mo, I think I figured out why your backdrop is so endearing and extra cute.
Trapper Keeper.
It reminds me of the Trapper Keeper and Lisa Frank folders I had as a kid. It just came back to me staring at the screen. What's that?
Trapper Keeper was a notebook. Trapper Keeper was a certain type of notebook that you had to have different compartments and different folders and sections. But it typically had a certain type of cover. And I can see what she's saying. I can see it.
I don't know what that is. Was that before my time?
Yeah, Trapper Keeper was before your time.
Yeah, Mo Love, you missed some real cool stuff. You were born in what, 85, 86?
Mm-hmm.
You missed some cool stuff.
You know what I miss back in the day? Remember those little, it was like a pen and a pad and you could draw on it and then it would erase if you like move the little eraser thing at the bottom. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Are you talking about an Etch-a-Sketch?
Etch-a-Sketch.
Oh yeah, I used to love those.
Etch-a-Sketch was. How can you explain that? There's some stuff that's old fashioned that I can't take that to my neck and say, "Hey man, we should play with this for an hour." Like, some stuff is explainable, but some stuff isn't. I can't defend the Etch-a-Sketch in court. I can't do it. Super Soaker 50, I can defend that. Stand behind my product.
This was I don't know if you want to share the screen, but this is what a Trapper Keeper looked like.
Trapper Keeper, I can defend in court.
Yeah, this was a Trapper Keeper.
You remember the slap bracelet? You remember the slap bracelets?
Oh my gosh, I remember those.
These are Trapper Keepers.
Slap bracelets was 5th grade.
Hold on, let me zoom in. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Older compartments and Trapper Keepers.
And they had different.
I think I remember.
Yeah, they were. Trapper Keeper was a company that made it. Now,
Uh-huh.
you know, there's other companies that made folders like that, but Trapper Keeper at the time was it. You know, everybody wanted to trap.
Got
You
it.
know what I'm saying? So
But the best product ever invented was a starter jacket. Super Soaker 50 is up there, but starter jacket is the best
Yes,
product
sir.
ever.
I remember growing up, my dad would have the record player. I thought that was so cool.
Yeah.
I broke my dad's needle on the record player and got in trouble. So
Oh,
You had to replace the needle. Then, you know, you had the Techniques
I just
2600,
got in trouble.
1800. What's that? The Techniques 1800. That's what the DJs are starting on. When
okay.
you were able to change the needle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to play stuff on 33 and 45.
Yeah. Wow.
Y'all
Listen,
remember those recorders?
what recorders?
Those recorders that, well, my dad used to have one that he would carry on his shoulder and just be recording all the family events.
Oh, you talking about them big camcorders?
Camcorder. Yeah, my dad had one with the sleeve on it that holds that you.
Yeah. You know that those and my son he made a playlist, you know, of the white music I like that I grew up on.
Mm-hmm.
And we was going through it. I was like, wow. We was playing
Hard Hall and Oates. Who you talking?
Hall Notes.
Oh, I went to Hall and Oates concert. It was
Bon
fire.
Jovi, you know, Elton John, Wham,
Cyndi Lauper.
Oh my God. And it's the nostalgia of the memories that those musics, you know, built.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a different. I was like, man, listen, y'all miss so much. And I was telling them, I said,
Yeah.
y'all miss so much, man. Y'all miss so much. You know,
Mm-hmm.
as children, we were allowed to be kids, man.
80s
Right.
had so much style though.
We got, I think, the end of like
The tail end of it.
where we still went outside. We rode our bikes.
Yeah, we was outside. Yeah.
No, I know y'all were, but I'm saying we were like right at the end before everything became just digital.
Right.
You know?
Right. It ended with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like you tell them that they don't understand it. Or what it was like, man, we didn't have phones. We didn't have cell phones. We didn't have beepers.
I said, don't not know where you going.
What y'all know about
GPS? What GPS?
What y'all know about reversible Walkmans?
Come on,
reversible Walkman.
Now, hey Bolo,
yes,
how about
sir.
tape you play so much?
Hold on, is that with the little CD player?
No, the tape player.
It was a tape player. It could play radio.
Yeah, tape player. The reversible, you could be like the main tape I used to play to death was MC Hammer, Please Hammer, Don't Hurt Him.
Right. And then it would
listen
reverse.
Yeah, I could be listening to Crime Story or On Your Face or Can't Touch This. I listen to the tape so much.
Right.
You can push a button and it'll play the other side of the tape.
The other side of it, absolutely.
That I knew when this song ends, when I pushed the button and flipped the other side, I knew we was going to play on the other side of the tape. That's how much
Yeah.
I used to do that. I played, whose album I played like that? I played I played Tony Braxton's album like that.
Oh, I love her album. Mm-hmm.
Braxton.
Every song.
I used to know
the first one.
I would listen the very first. When I used to listen to her songs, I'd be able, like, even if I played rap records, like if DLC, I would be able to tell you the commercials and things of that nature. Like right now, when I listen to the DLC, I'm like, wow, man.
DLC. What?
DLC.
Is
the guy that
DOC, right?
Yeah, the guy that writes Dr. Dre's rhymes. DLC.
I have no clue.
See what I'm saying?
I remember we used to record Top 20 Countdown on video or whatever.
Say it again?
The Donnie Simpson Top 20 Countdown.
Ooh.
We recorded a lot of times. We always have recorded videos.
I remember that. Video Music Box. I remember
it used to be so much to be like, hi.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Hakeem. I'm Bilal. I'm Todd. I'm Kyrie. And we're the boys.
We're the boys.
Message from the boys. You can call us at 1-900-242 something.
Right. I remember
the commercials.
That. Yes. Oh, man.
I had the Tyrese Coca-Cola commercial recorded.
Right.
Was it 95? Summer 95, going to 10th grade.
Right.
That was my favorite commercial.
What?
The cute apple-headed
Oh, I
girl,
used to
pretty hair,
love
sitting
that
on the
commercial.
bus.
Maya Campbell.
Oh, she's a somebody?
Yeah,
Oh, I
Mike,
just always thought she was cute.
who's
she's
that?
beautiful.
The
She
girl
played on
on the-
In the House.
Oh, you talking about Mike, the one that played with LL Cool J?
Mm-hmm.
that's who that was sitting on the bus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she a crackhead now, dude.
No,
was a-
she's free from it
Oh,
for a couple of
she's good?
years now.
Oh man,
Nice.
She's doing interviews and everything. I'm
She
so
was so
happy to
pretty.
hear it. Yeah.
she was so
Nice.
pretty.
Yeah, it. I was watching.
She was beautiful.
Yeah, it got bad on her. It got bad.
Oh my gosh. And the way they were recording her.
Yeah, they did the same thing to my man. What was the dude that used to play with?
Then they
LeBron
tried to
James?
blame LL Cool J.
Yeah. What was the
I'm
guy's
like-
name that played with LeBron James? But he was having Mario Chalmers.
Oh, Delonte West.
Delonte West, my bad, Mario.
Well, he's bipolar.
Delonte
So,
West.
yeah.
Yeah, but they caught
Oh,
him.
I think I know who that
Yeah,
is.
they caught him. Yeah, he's well, the last video, let me say that. The last video, Duke was homeless.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, I remember.
he's bipolar. He got other
How did
issues
that
along with
happen
some issues.
though?
They're saying that after it came out that he was dealing with LeBron James' moms, they got him traded. LeBron James got him traded, and it just was the downfall from there. I guess
Oh,
bad
man.
investments or whatever the situation might be. Even
So
that
where is
dude,
he now?
I don't know. Last video, Duke was on. Last video they showed Duke was on the side.
Of the
And-
highway or something?
Yeah. Even the guy that used to call them in, when he was with was it the Heat or the Cleveland Cavaliers? They showed a video of his voice. The voice was crazy. From that video, he got a job as the introduce.
wow.
He introduced. I don't know if he's still doing it, but his voice was crazy. If you could catch it on YouTube.
Oh, I remember that. The guy who used to be a radio guy and ended up homeless.
No. I think
Um,
he was homeless and his voice was so dynamic. And they was like, yo, say something. And he was like, introducing. He got crazy voice.
Yeah, and they
And
went and hired him.
the Cleveland Cavaliers hired him. And he became the guys that, calls you out. Introduces such and such. And
That's because I didn't apply. That's why.
what happened to Antonio?
Brown
Yeah.
Antonio Brown, who's that? Antonio sounds familiar.
played
He,
for the
he's
Steelers.
a football player. He
Receiver.
stayed in trouble, but he was really good.
No
Well, he was on his down. His career was starting to end anyway. But everybody believes he has CTE.
Mm. They don't talk about that enough.
Football is sacrificial. I'll say that.
Hmm.
I didn't realize it until I moved to Texas. I moved to Houston in 2008. I used to go out all the time. Like Virginia, you don't see no stars. Or when somebody's in town, they make such a big deal out of an average person.
Hmm.
In Houston, it'd be a regular, like, oh, there goes Cam Jordan. There goes Jimmy Graham. There's, so I just see football players on a regular. And
Right.
some of them I see, like I went to one party. There goes Cam Chancellor. There's Earl Thomas, Richard Sherman, Kenny Vaccaro. And I'm like, hold up. I'm looking at Cam Chancellor. This dude can't fit in the doorway. I'm not getting hit by this.
Mhm.
I'm not taking them hits. At the time, I was bigger. I was good 215, 210.
Mhm.
I'm
Oh,
looking at
Irby said he's facing charges in Florida. Antonio Brown shooting. Wow.
yeah, he's from Miami, I think, or somewhere down. He's from somewhere in South Florida.
Mm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm looking at them big. Hey, Bolo, you ever stood next to some NFL players?
Yeah, they big, bro.
I ain't taking them hits.
Now I stood next to this was back in the days. What was my man name, man, that played on the Knicks? Oh man, B. This
Oh,
dude,
NBA players are toothpicks.
this dude was this is a Nick play. Man, I'm forgetting the
I've
name.
seen
man.
Charles Smith. Old
Not
school.
bad.
Nick seen Charles Smith in the club before. He
Nah,
is 10.
these dudes was just cocked. It looked like when the Knicks hired people, they went straight to Rikers Island to
Mm.
hire people. These dudes didn't look, because remember,
I got a picture with Charles Oakley.
yeah, that these dudes, this is when they had the rival. The rival. with
Oh,
the Knicks.
80s players were a lot bigger.
Yeah, man. When these dudes, when
Then they were two power forwards of 250 pounds. Center,
Mason is his name. Mason.
Oh, Anthony Mason.
I
Yeah.
stood next to that dude. Oh my, that dude looked like, bro, like he was built differently. He wasn't even a football player. He was just built different, man. And these are the dudes that they hired.
What was like? What did he do?
Anthony Mason. He was
Mhm.
just Anthony Mason was a basketball player, and
He
they
was
hired.
big. He was solid.
They hired him. They hired a lot of players, because this was when Jordan was knocking them out. The
Mhm.
Bulls was knocking them out. So they built their team directly for the Bulls. And this is
Still
when they had
long.
Oakley, Mason, Ewing, and they
Stark.
hired some big dudes. Yeah, Stark, but Stark wasn't really that big, but they facilitated that team with some really big guys, man.
Mhm.
And they was, oh my God, this dude's head was so big, man. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, these I can imagine a football player. I can
Mhm.
imagine a football player. These cats was just crazy, man. It was a crazy time. Those times was crazy.
I seen Shaq. That's the biggest person it's the biggest I seen. He was big and he was fat. It was like 2010, 2011 by the time he got fat. and
Shaq?
lazy. Yeah.
Mhm.
But most other players, toothpicks. James Harden, you can pluck him, he'll fall on the ground.
Riaz, I see you in the back, but I'm about to end the show.
I ain't seen Riaz in a bit. What's good, Riaz?
He was up last week, I think.
Yeah, I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, I do too. But this was a very it was a good show.
Very good show. Very good show.
Mhm.
Yeah, Bolo,
Yes, sir.
I truly do believe.
Hey, Scorch, good to see you.
Say it again.
What was all popping off in the world? Everybody be talking about that 50-50 stuff, but
At all.
by about October, I ain't talking about no 50-50 no more.
Hey, brother, listen, if you look at what's going on, absolutely not. Absolutely. This is what we say all the time. And this is why I really don't, have to have that conversation, because here's the thing. When we get into the wilderness, all of those things will be self-corrected. It's not going to be a need to have that conversation, because, lightly looking at it, men that are not men, they're going to be moved out the way.
Oh,
Understand that.
that's a good point.
Women are not women, you're going to be moved out the way.
Right.
And then that's going to happen organically.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to happen organically. I mean, if you were in the service, you look at the service. If you were, I forget which movie, these cats were in Vietnam. I believe it's World War I, World War II, one of those. And they, if you went to college for some reason, they gave you higher ranking.
Mm-hmm.
And they brought this dude in, and he was getting the military. He was getting his platoon hurt because he didn't have the experience, but because he went to college. You know what they did? They shot a grenade into his tent. Didn't kill him.
Wow.
It wounded him. Sent his ass home.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause they're not going no place. We got to it's either us leave or him. He got to
Right.
go. So they sent him home because you're getting us hurt. You have no experience. You're not humble enough to listen to those that have been in this situation long enough for you to grow as a leader. So you know what we got to do? We got to move you out the way. It's
Mm-hmm.
gonna happen again. Go ahead.
Hi, Danny. My channel is it's Christ-centered. We discuss the Bible, and I also touch on mental health. Thanks for tuning in. I'm sorry to interrupt you. What were you saying?
Yeah, so those things are going to happen organically to what you're saying. So you're not going to need to talk about submission, or you're not going to need to talk about
Right.
leadership or any of those things. Believe me, in Iran right now, there's nobody talking about leadership or submission. Everybody is following suit.
And do you believe that when both parties are rightfully aligned with God, that those conversations are not necessary? The woman is going to submit to a man who's rightfully aligned with the Lord if she's following Christ the same
Well,
way that
that's for
he
both
is.
of them. That's for both of them. Your
I've
job is to
never heard these conversations, so I can't.
That's what I'm saying. So a man who is rightfully aligned with Christ and the woman is rightfully aligned with Christ, both parties know their roles. So those roles are gonna, the woman is gonna naturally submit. It doesn't have to be an argument if he's aligned with the Lord and she is too.
I would say that
Um,
it takes time. It takes time for both of them to get to that point, right? It
And
takes time.
submission takes
And
like you
meaning,
said,
meaning,
time and trust.
right? Meaning, your spirit understands what submission is. Now you just got to train the flesh to do it. You know,
Right.
so again, the man's spirit understands what leadership is and what living with the woman understanding is. Now you just got to train your flesh to do it, because this
Mhm.
flesh is always going to war with you. It's not the
How is it
spirit.
not true, Scourge? Now I know that it takes time, like you have to learn a person. I'm saying, as far as the Lord saying submit, if that
um,
woman, keyword, she's rightfully aligned with the Lord, she abides by biblical principle,
Right.
she's going to honor her husband and submit to him. Now there are going to be things that you have to work through, but dealing with a woman who is just full of chaos and she wants to run everything, that shouldn't even be a conversation.
well, my love, if she doesn't like him,
Well,
uh,
that
you know,
too, that's a whole
they
and
could be
we don't
God.
talk about,
Yeah,
we
they
don't
could be
talk.
godded up. But if that ain't the dude she wants,
Yes.
and she really
And
wants to do a slick Jimmy or her ex
These
or
men.
whatever,
you
then
know what?
it's going to be a problem with that submission.
We don't have those conversations enough, where, because you see a lot of men get on panels angry talking about how irate or disrespectful women are, and they don't talk about how they're trying to get a woman who is not necessarily aligned with them, that really doesn't want them. They're choosing women who aren't interested, and then they become bitter, and vice versa. A lot of women pursuing men who they know don't want them at all, and then they complain about men not, um like men being disrespectful, or there aren't any good men out here. No, sis, you get what I'm saying? Like, they're not aligned, or maybe they just don't want you. And sometimes that can be a hard truth to accept, but it's true.
Yeah, you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong with that. No, you ain't wrong. You know, a lot of the times, um, and this is what we have to understand, that again, the spirit is willing, the flesh is weak. We're going to continue fighting with this flesh until Christ takes the sinful nature away from us.
Hmm.
That's just what it is. So we have to understand that, you know what's right, but your flesh is fighting you for what's wrong. And that's
Right.
the point of the continuation of prayer and staying on point with the Father, right? Because the
Hmm.
spirit is perfect, the flesh isn't. So let's just be mindful and make sure that we make people understand that it's not speaking towards the flesh being perfect, but it's speaking towards the spirit. You're always
Hmm.
going to war with the flesh. So pertaining to having those conversations, your spirit will say, yeah, this is what I need to do. But your flesh is used to doing something totally opposite. So let's not forget that thought process in whatever we do. So, there are times when I've spoken to men that are tired of leading.
Hmm.
They're tired of being responsible for everything, because in this world it teaches you don't have to be responsible for everything. But that's not what the Father calls you to be. And vice versa. Same thing with the woman. I'm tired of being submissive. I'm tired of being this, because the flesh wars against that. Right? So we have to understand that it's a time thing. It's a muscle thing. The more you exercise the muscle, the more it will become second nature to you. Period.
So Scorch, I'm
Really right. So
confused. How is it you believers in the beginning submission is given when problems come, we leave and then say I can't submit because he's not submitted to God. You didn't know that in the beginning. I don't know what you're talking about. That's a completely different conversation.
that conversation
Yeah,
happened 3 hours ago, Sorge.
I think that's off. It's an issue if you align yourself with somebody who's not of the same faith.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't speaking towards that at all.
Yeah, that conversation happened 3 hours ago. But
Yeah.
to kind of address it quickly, you have a very good point. But there's another point too that a lot of the times when people get into things, they're not prepared for it, right? So that doesn't give you leeway to leave, but you got to get acclimated to the situation. When you jump into that cold pool, and for that first couple of seconds, man, you're shivering. But then as you start to get used to it, your body acclimates to it. So grace is important for all of it. Grace is important for all of
Yeah.
it. But to your point, yes, there's a lot of people that see, both men and women, that they're not submitting to Christ nor submitting to you, but because she's banging,
Yeah, that's crazy.
or because he has money, I'm gonna keep him. That's something that you have a problem with, and regardless of that fact, you're gonna have to answer God to it. Going into what you were
Right.
saying earlier, Scam, if this dude knew that she was only about money, and she knew that he was only about money, you dig what I'm saying? Both ends. They fundamentally have a problem because you brought God into your madness. You brought God into your. See, if you were just fornicating, you'd have been in a better ship.
Yeah.
Because
And
that's
the part
that's
when problems come, we leave. I don't believe in leaving when problems come. There are certain situations that will, make
eventually work
room
itself out.
or cause for a person to leave. But a person leaving because problems show up, that's ignorance, and that's not true commitment. I agree.
But
But
remember that.
the take that I was talking on submission earlier, I was saying a lot of men that make these talking points on YouTube about a woman submitting don't really align with the Bible or Christ. They just use that particular scripture as a talking point, and their life doesn't even align with, they're not even submitted to God, but they want the woman to submit to them. That's a point I made maybe 20 minutes ago. And I was just saying that's very dysfunctional. And that's how a lot of these arguments come about.
Hey, Mo Love, one that kills me. You blaming women for getting pregnant. That one really gets me.
And
How
then
you
I think
women
I,
for
I
getting
also
pregnant
think
when she got pregnant by doing what you asked her to do, which means she submitted.
right. And then I also think, like, when you have maybe not been so successful, or the marriages may not have worked out a time or two, I don't know. I just think that maybe self-reflection should be a part of it too, a huge part of it. I know that made room for me to reevaluate myself and my relationship with God, and the things that I needed to work out within. Sometimes it's not always the other person. Um, yeah, and I don't know.
Yeah, it's not. It's a very
To have all the answers, and the relationships keep not working, sometimes it's good to just look in the mirror.
absolutely. If you're the common denominator, absolutely.
Yeah, if it keeps failing, it's good to look in the mirror. You
Right.
can think that you have all the answers and tell people the way marriage should go, But at the end of the day, if it keeps not working out, then self-reflection is, something
He
that
wrote
a
something.
person may need to consider.
He wrote something else. He said, the same can be said for the women who choose to submit to them type of men, knowing they should not submit, knowing that they not submitted to God, but choose to be.
Both
Be
sides.
with them anyway. Yeah, I agree with that. Again, my only point was because a lot of these red pill talking points are how women don't submit. I hear that a lot. Now, that's the different part of the conversation, but absolutely, those women have to be held accountable too. Like you have to be mindful of the people that you knit yourself with. I agree 100%.
If there's
That's
no
why I
God,
say I
you
don't
hold
like playing
accountable.
the blame game or saying women do this, women leave, men don't do this. Like it's that I hate those arguments. I strongly dislike those arguments because there are issues on both ends. Anybody can operate in a state of dysfunction. It's not gender specific. So I don't do well with these arguments. I don't. They can sometimes be very triggering. I'm like, really? Women, okay, but the men too. And then when the men make a point about the women, but the men. And then when the women make a point about the men are like, but the women. So it's pointless.
And you know who's and the dog is sitting there like roof,
Yeah.
roof.
Irby, honestly,
Y'all some
me
stupid humans.
too. I never knew like when because my sister introduced me to this space. I never knew people sat online all day and argued about relationships. I never knew. And then certain talking points they use, well, if you this or you this, you're not gonna get this man or you're not gonna get this woman. I'm like, this is weird.
You know, I don't know how many times I keep breaking down common sense with these fictional people.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's all about the money. It's all okay. What city you live in? Man, I stay in Oklahoma. Go to your nearest college campus and show me who them 19, 20-year-olds are dating.
Mm-hmm.
Where are these 56-year-old rich guys dating 22-year? Where is this happening at? I was in college and them parties were rocking. Thousands of people, and they weren't saying, nah, we ain't dating y'all. Y'all broke college students. Sitting in their arms
So
folded
y'all think
for a
that
rich dude to come in. That's
that
not what was happening.
so do you think that majority of people come to the internet looking for solutions, or
No.
is this like
Solutions.
therapy, or are a lot of these people bitter
Did you say
about
solutions?
their situations? Because for people to argue online all day and for them to have such a negative point of view about the opposite sex, it sounds like a lot of bitter people that really need to deal with um the real trauma. It's easy to place blame on the man or the woman when the trauma is deeper, you
Oh,
know?
well, love. If you ever want to silence a red pill conversation full of men, ask for a solution. It'll be
Mhm.
completely silent. Or just like Bolo, ask them about the women that they do want. It'll be completely silent.
And I also noticed a lot of the men and women are out of order. I don't disagree with that. I think it's sad what we see today. However, it doesn't excuse that some of these men are upset and they dislike their mothers. So they take it out on women. That's another thing, right? It's easy to blame the surface level thing, which is the woman you're dealing with, but it started when you were a child and that relationship dynamic between the mother and son and vice versa. When I hear a lot of these women who talk negative about men, black men specifically, is what I hear. They don't like their dads or they never knew them. So they take it out on every man that they see. That's why I cannot align and agree with a lot of what's being said on YouTube because it's surface level.
Well, if I want to silence from men, I ask for a solution. If I want silence from women, I start talking about fitness.
Mhm.
Ask about the gym memberships. They get silent.
The women do.
Yep. Talk about fitness,
Mm.
complete silence. Gym workout, losing 10
I
pounds.
mean, that could be with the men too, but you see what I'm saying? That's why I don't like to do that.
Oh, they're
You just did it. You just did it.
I know.
You just did
I
it.
know. I'm not good at these conversations at all. I'm not. That's
Well,
why I try to stay away from them. You know, I notice that sometimes they can be a bit triggering for me because people people's realities are shaped by the things that they experience. And so many times online, we want everybody else's reality to be ours. And that's where a lot of these arguments start, you know. It just it goes nowhere.
I don't know. I've heard some stuff, but it gets old.
Yeah, I'm just but the gender war topics and divorce, marriage, women are off, men are off. I don't know. Those conversations get repetitive and I think when choosing to address those conversations, motives matter. You know, do you just want to argue? Uh, yeah.
Well,
Most people are not coming to have a genuine conversation and it's not solution based.
join the Troll Illuminati.
No, I was not called to do that.
Just join the trolls. They're not,
No.
it's not a, they're not,
I will laugh at some of y'all, but
just join the trolls.
Aren't you supposed to be leaving, sir?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah. You talking about leaving?
No, leaving the trolls.
Just can't. I can't.
I'm just asking.
yeah, I agree, Scorch. That's why I created my channel in this
Less
space.
and less and less dust panels. But trolling, I mean, so somebody got to do it.
There are enough on this.
It don't
side
need
of
to
the
be
internet.
you. Right. It don't need to be you.
There's dust panels running every hour in the hour.
Right. So you don't need to add. You don't need to add to it. There's enough of them.
Yeah. I ain't been on
Right.
the dust panels been a minute. A couple weeks maybe.
Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. You're getting better at it, man. You're getting
Sometimes I listen and then like, what's the topic? Oh, Will Smith.
Irby, he left.
Oh, Anton. Turn it off.
I can't.
Oh, look at Russell Wilson.
Listen, let's tone it in because then we could have had Riaz up here. You don't want to be up here for another hour and then be like, Riaz, we about to end it.
Yeah, but I'm about to call it a night. Well, a morning almost.
Absolutely.
Got to get up about 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for joining the stream. I appreciate everybody for tuning in. If you would like to, I guess, hear us address the topic, replay the stream. Yeah, and we'll be back Sunday at 10:30 p.m. Wednesday, I plan to be back. I'm not sure if Bolo will join, but hopefully so. Wednesdays, I normally go live at 9:30 p.m. But thank you guys for tuning in. Would you be able to, Bolo?
I should be. Yeah, I should be.
Okay. Because I have a really great topic Wednesday, guys.
What's it about? What's the topic?
It's great.
What's the topic?
I didn't want to say it yet.
Okay.
I want to wait.
I'm looking at this. I'll tell you something. God is crazy, son.
God is crazy. Is crazy.
Yeah, it is. Let me show you what I'm looking at. God is on a different level, man.
Okay, that sounds better.
Yo, he's on a different level. Share the screen. He's on a different level, my G. When you look at this,
Thank you, Danny, so much for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you.
can you share? Look at this. First of all, look at this snake.
Oh, I would die.
Look at his teeth. You see my man's? You see his teeth?
Wow.
Spout, as you can see, is destroying the
What?
Look at this. Listen. Now this is
that real?
yeah, that's real. This is a mountain goat. The dude put a GoPro on a mountain
Oh
goat.
my gosh.
Check
Irby, I
check-
can't.
Check this mountain goat, man. This is magic. Look at this mountain goat.
Wow.
Watch it. Watch it.
Good night, Blue Jay. Is that for real?
It's not real.
That is real. That's how the
I
mountain
think
goats
that's I think that's
That's
AI.
real.
That's animated.
That's AI, Bolo.
Brother, let me show you. Okay, let me show you these goats, man. Y'all think it's a game? These
Look at unless they
Yeah,
alter
look.
the colors and stuff.
that's just a GoPro. Maybe they did with the colors to make it more vivid. But I'm gonna show you how
okay.
mountain goats move, man.
Danny said he has goats.
But this is
Okay.
mountain goat.
Okay. Yeah. So that's different.
Look at these mountain goats and how they move. These mountain goats, you think it's AI. It's not. Look at this right here. This looks like AI, don't it?
Yeah.
damn.
A lot of it is though.
This is a dam.
I could
This is-
use a curry goat right now.
This is a
Tell 'em
dam.
slow down.
The dam on the top carries salt, and these little goats, they love salt.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way for them to get the salt is to climb up. The salt doesn't come at the bottom of the dam. Look at how these goats climb. You see them right there? That's the bottom of the dam right here. That's the bottom. That's the bottom.
So
But
they
they
do a racket or something.
Brother, they'll
They stick to
climb.
walls?
It's just the way God. No, they don't stick to the walls. It's the way their hooves are. Their hooves just tap into the watch. You don't see them climb. Now this is and they're not afraid, my G. These dudes climb. See how far down they go?
Now I'm gonna eat some curry mountain goat.
Look how the goat climb. Look how my man's climbing it. That's not AI. That's just them walking up.
That I can see is real.
Brother, watch. Look how high they get. This is the low.
Wow.
This is the baby. She's trying to climb up there. Look how high they get, my man. This is the baby. The baby's like, this is normal. This is normal. Look how high they get when they start eating, when they start sucking on the salt, man. See how high they are? Look how high they are, my man. Look at the goat right there. Look at the goat right here. You see how my man is walking across the dam?
It's amazing.
That's what they do. So when the dude put the GoPro on the goat, they're just showing you them jumping. It looks like it's AI. Look at them. All they did, they just want the salt. Look how hot.
Wow.
It's just amazing, man. That's why I'm saying the Lord is crazy. I'm saying like these dudes ain't got no sticky spider webs or nothing like this. It's just their hooves. And they look how my man's walking up it. babe.
Hey,
You see that
Polo,
feet?
could you slaughter a goat?
I've seen it done.
Seen it done?
Mm.
I've seen it done. When I went to Jamaica, I saw it done.
I haven't.
Okay, so
I
Danny
saw-
said, I live on a farm, I got donkeys. That's real.
Yeah, I'm telling you, these things move like bro, when
Wow.
you sit there, listen, when you sit there and you really start going into how these things move and what they are, you got to sit there and say, yo, who could think about all this stuff? The small minimal differences in these guys can climb. And you know, that's what they do. When mountain lions come at them, they'll go right on the cliff and just wait there.
Wow.
Just wait there. Hey, come down and get me. You know, mountain lions can't, they're not good at cliffs. And they'll just wait until a mountain lion leaves and then they'll come up. It's amazing, man. The only ones they have problems with are eagles.
Why?
Because the eagles will grab them and just throw them off the cliff.
Oh wow. Yeah.
they're too high and they're flipping and bouncing around. Eagle, okay, cool. You want me to let you go? Let them go. They drop, and by the time they hit the bottom of the mountain, they dead. And the eagle just swoops down. Let me show you it. I'll show it to you right now before we leave.
Oh, thank you to the person that sent me that very, very nice PayPal. I just saw it. Thank you so much. Was that you, Blue Jay? I don't want to say your name if it was. What were you doing? You were showing something?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you a golden
I didn't
eagle.
know goats could. Danny said we got hawks.
Yeah, hawks do the same thing. Hawks will grab them. Can you share it?
Where's Danny live?
That's amazing.
Can you share the screen? Yeah, this is a golden eagle.
Oh, okay, Blue Jay.
The golden eagle is just
Shout out
flying
to the
around.
person.
Golden eagle is flying around and looking for who he may devour.
No way.
Money gonna grab one, and it's gonna be moving too much. Money just gonna let them go. See look how they climb the mountains, man. That's where they're safest at. But for an eagle, my G, nah, I'm gonna swoop down. Golden eagle are so beautiful, man, and majestic.
They are.
Them things carry like 40, 50 pounds.
Wow. I would be so afraid if I saw that.
My man's like dogs. You are caught.
So okay. How long are the eagle's wings?
Honey, it's double. It's the eagle's wings is double their size of their body.
Okay, so would that be?
Let's say that eagle probably has a wingspan of maybe 8-10 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah. For it to carry its weight and whatever it's going to carry.
Hi, Wanda. Good to see you. So the wings are how?
Let's say 8 to 10 feet wingspan. When you're talking about a golden eagle, golden eagles.
8 to 10 feet is crazy.
Would an eagle pick up a human?
Well, no.
Like a little kid?
It could pick up a kid, yeah. Golden
would
eagles.
Would they do it?
Would they do it if they had to eat? I don't think it's something normal that would pick up, but you put any animal in a situation where you're the only food source, it's going to come at you. Golden eagles, they stand maybe 3-4 feet tall. 3-4 feet tall, my man.
Wow.
3-4 feet is up to your waist. This is an eagle. Okay. Now his wingspan has to be double his size. That's his wingspan. Imagine you have to have strength where you'll find an eagle will dive down. You see a fish, it dives down, grabs the fish. Now remember, it stops at midair, grabs the fish, and then flies off. You know how much wing power you have to do that?
Right.
You gotta have wing power. So these animals is no joke, bro. These animals are no joke. And remember, Job didn't know all of this stuff. We know it. Job didn't know where the eagle go after it leaves him. That's why when God was asking him questions, he was like, I got no answer for you. See these sheep? That's where they go. These goats, they hide in the rocks. If I know you can't climb the rocks, where am I going to go? To the rocks. However, there are animals that will get you on them rocks.
Oh.
And we just showed you him carrying the goat. Look at it again. He's carrying the goat. Let me show it to you again.
All right. Y'all have a good night.
Man, hold on.
All
Man,
right.
I'm showing you. I'm pulling up the damn video for you. What the hell you mean?
Oh, no, my.
Watch. He's gonna carry the goat. And these things right there, they're not light, brother. Them things weigh about a good 30, 40 pounds.
So
I would think that eagle would go down with the goat trying to carry.
No, why? Hell no. I ain't gonna die with you.
So if I'm dating a fat chick, I'm gonna be all right. Yeah.
If you dating a fat chick, I guess.
Eagle can't pick her up.
No, maybe a few eagles. No, I'm only joking. No, watch how the eagle grab me. Money's gonna be holding it by its head. These golden eagles are no joke, man. These
They're
things is no joke.
not. So they're the largest, right?
I believe so. They use
Okay.
these golden eagles to hunt wolves in certain
Oh
places.
my gosh.
Yeah. Look how much. See Money grab him? Look at Money flying off with him.
It's helpless.
That's crazy.
There's
That
videos
is
I can show you where
crazy.
they got men that hunt wolves. with
Oh
these
my
eagles.
gosh.
They hunt wolves. Let me show you that. Then we can call it a night.
I had no clue.
My mom loves National Geographic.
I love it too.
I used to watch that with my dad growing up. He knew, like, if it was lions, baby, they showing lions. All right, I'm on my way. Lions are my fave.
When you sit there and you look at it, man, these things is no joke. I love these things, man. I can sit there and watch animals all day. All
Yeah.
day. Check this one out.
I hope I get to do, what is it called? Bucket list, where I get to take a picture with a lion on the left side of me and another one on the right. And we all wear black.
Yeah, can you share on screen?
Mm-hmm.
Let me bring it to the front. Hold on. This one right here. Money takes the hook off. You see, these wolves are eating. These wolves are eating their livestock, jumping over their fences.
Oh yeah.
What are you wearing?
Huh?
What is he
got
wearing?
Nah, yeah, he's in a different place. Look at these. Look at my man. Look at these dudes. These guys is no joke, son.
Hopping the barbed wire?
Huh?
Hopping the barbed wire.
Yeah, they're no joke when they go. See how he grabbed them?
I missed it.
Did
you see it, Skim?
You see it? You ain't see it? You just saw it. Mo, you just said, oh, look at this one. He's eating it. Maybe this will be showing. Oh, they were just showing that he died. Let me see. This one right here shows you him attacking it. Oh, that's so amazing, man. When you sit there and you look at the, and again, the coyote and the wolf, they're just doing what they do. They just eating, man. They just doing what they do. But man has dominion.
So that's his eagle?
That's his, yeah, his hawk or eagle, because they use hawks too. Hawk or
so
eagle.
Cool.
And they come back. You know, man has dominion.
Yeah, that's true.
And they train them. You're going to send them and watch them dive. Bam, got him. You're going to go right into him again. Bam, got him. That's it.
Wow.
Technically, they got no defense.
But they can pick them up?
Nah, they don't pick them up. The guys.
They just, okay, got it.
They just wasn't it. Because you remember, they just grabbed the wolf. You know, the wolf is still trying to fight. You know what I'm saying? And then the man will come and he'll kill the wolf.
There's no defense. Something flying in the air over top of you.
You got to go underground. That's the only defense, underground. But you know, these wolves, they're able, and coyote, they're able to change direction at the drop of a dime. You know, they're able to change. But again, when you got something from the, first of all, they don't even know the bird's coming. You don't even know the bird's coming.
What's the name of that dog that looks like a wolf?
Coyote?
No.
A wolf dog?
I don't know.
What, you talking about like a domestic type of dog that look like a wolf?
Maybe. I'll have to look it up.
But yeah, man, these things, there's so much, man, that you can sit here. There's times I'll just sit back and just let, you know, the documentaries with the animals play. Like, you know, you look at dolphins and how smart they are.
Is that something that you watch daily?
I'd say I can watch it and fall asleep. I'd say probably 60% of the time I'm watching it,
Okay.
and I might have it running in
So
the
it's
background.
relaxing for you.
You know what? I figured that knowing a lot about nothing can help me when it's time for me to know something.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
It does.
You know, because when we get into this wilderness, a lot of this stuff that we watch, you're gonna have to call to your recollection. I remember when that
Mm-hmm.
I remember when that damn snake, that snake ain't poisonous. He looks poisonous, but he's not. That's the
So
snake.
you
we need to
do
get.
you believe the wilderness will happen in our lifetime? The
I believe,
wilderness that you're speaking of
yeah,
biblically.
yeah.
You
We're
do.
heading towards it.
But how if we and I know we're about to end, if we haven't, aren't we like in the beginning of sorrows?
You see, you ask, so you want us to stay another
We're not
30 hours.
even in real like the
Remember, wilderness.
tribulation period that the Bible talks about.
Right. Remember,
We're not
wilderness
there.
represents uncertainty. Okay, you have
Mm-hmm.
to keep that in mind. What wilderness stands for, what that moment meant. You know, that was the moment where you needed to have faith. That was the moment of uncertainty. That was the moment when your societal norms were gone.
Mm-hmm.
And now you got to go into that, give us this day our daily bread. There is no cell phones. There are no cars. There are no this, or what we're used to seeing it as. Let me put it that way,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because turning off the internet is nothing but a switch.
And aren't the power everything is gonna be
I this is what I would say. I don't know if all power be off. I know that certain places will have power and certain places won't.
mm-hmm.
Certain places will have access to food and certain places won't. Certain places will be warm and certain places will be cold. If you happen to be in that place that's cold, will you be in that thought process of saying, you know what, man, I want to go back to Egypt? Or am I going to thug it out in the wilderness? This is where people that have faith are made and people that were faking the funk are broken.
Man.
Absolutely. This is
Mhm.
where it is. You were talking a good game. Now it's time to see. And
Yeah.
that's when you're gonna see them people say, nah, man. That's when you watch The Matrix, you never seen it. But that's where you have Cypher. Cypher talked a good game. But when it was time to be in The Matrix, he was like, nah, G, I gotta go back. But it was a cost.
So when did The Matrix come out? And if I watch that movie today, would I still have the mindset of, oh my gosh, this is so good? Because it's
Yes.
I would.
Yes.
Okay.
They live. Even when you
watch.
watch They Live. Yeah. The
Mhm.
Matrix came out in, hold on, I'm looking it up. I think it was 2000 something.
Yes. My guess is 03.
Oh, okay.
Oh, snap, my G. Damn.
When did it come
Matrix
out?
came out in 1999.
What?
Wow.
Really?
Wow. Yeah, man. I'm looking at it right here. Believe me, I thought it was 2000s. The Matrix came out
crazy.
in 1999. Oh my God. Damn, I'm old.
Yep, buddy.
It came out 25 years ago, my G. And that was the first one. 'Cause
How
remember, there's
old?
3.
Yeah, I was in the army in '99.
You was in the army?
I was 13.
Wow. Wow.
I wasn't even in high school yet.
I was 20 something, man.
Yeah. Time flies.
It's different, but the Matrix
Like
is
when
good.
I look at photos from like 2012, I'm like, that was how many years ago? 14. It's just the time passes so quickly.
It's just different. When you look at the difference, it's just different, man. It's just different. But yeah, man, I can watch these animals all day, man. All day. They're beautiful.
So what's your favorite
My favorite
to
animal?
watch? To watch.
To watch.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's a good question. I like watching owls. I
Okay.
like watching when the farmers change the hooves to horses and cows. I like watching eagles. I like watching ants, snakes, all of them, man. I don't really have a particular one, but I love the dynamicness of the eagles, like their eyes and the hawks and things.
Yeah.
Like that, as like a lot of the times people will say, like if you look at the bald eagle, they look upset, they look mad all the time. Do you know why?
I don't.
They have a flaw. The flaw is that when an eagle is flying, its weakness is it can't see above itself because of the show, because of the bridge that they have, as we would call their eyebrows. It's not really eyebrows, but that bridge, it covers the sun from glare. But at the
Okay.
same time, they can't see up because of that bridge. Like if you have a hat and you see how the hat covers the sun out of your eyes,
Right.
but if you try to look up, you can't see. All you see is the brim of your hat.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it does. So that's why the
Right.
bald eagle looks pissed off and upset. It's not that they're pissed off or mad. It's just that the Lord made that, I guess,
That covering.
brim for their eyes, so that their eyes are so sensitive that if they were to look into the sun, it would burn their eyes because they take in so much light and it's so magnified.
And
See,
don't they, you showed some video about how they shed
Yeah, they take when they
something.
get. Usually, eagles live to 80 to 70 years old. When they
Wow.
get to their 40 years old, they fly high. They get to a peak where they're safest. I guess they feel safest, and they will use their beaks to pluck out their nails, their feathers, and then they'll use a rock to dash against their beak. They'll take their beak off, and then in 6 to 7 months, everything grows, and it's a new eagle. It's a new eagle.
Yeah,
It's
that
crazy.
sounds
It's crazy.
painful.
It
It does. Think about it.
Hey, listen, coming into Christ, isn't it painful? Coming
My
into
God,
Christ, you gotta
today.
take off that old man and put on that new, right? That's what they do.
Still a process.
Still a
Thank
process.
you, Lord.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, for him to live, that's what he has to go through. You gotta take those,
Yeah.
but he comes out a phoenix, baby. He comes out reborn, new. Chris Biscuit, ready to grab another goat.
Right.
So it's
But that
again,
process.
it's a choice. Do you want to go through it to live, or do you want to stay who you are and die? That's your choice. Go
Right.
through the process and live, or stay who you are and die.
Right.
Pick. What will you pick?
I led a song today at church pretty much about that. It was
There you
called
go.
Say Yes. Will your heart and soul say yes? There is more that I require of thee.
There you go. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So it's not an easy task, man. This is a fight
It's
that's gonna
not.
test. It's gonna test every part of your mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual. Period.
And every time that I look back and I think, okay, did I choose my way or the Lord's way? Every time that I chose the Lord's way, it's so painful. And that's the trick of the enemy, to get you stuck in that moment of lack of clarity, to make you choose his way, the familiar way. But when you choose God, it's so worth it. It's so fulfilling. It's so
Yeah, because it teaches
much
you.
freedom. Yeah, it's just so worth it. Like, it's an indescribable feeling.
Yeah, it brings you into fulfilling who you are as
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Because again, if you didn't have that anger, pain, trauma, you wouldn't be able to go into it. You wouldn't be able to be who you need to be. Right now, I'm looking at this bird. You don't even see him coming. He looks like a bullet.
Oh my gosh.
He just comes out. He blinded this lady. Like he flew into her eye, like his beak. He flies.
What?
Yeah, the peregrine falcon. Yeah, he flew into her eye and stuck. Yeah. And the peregrine falcon is the fastest.
And he flew into her eye.
He flew, but his beak. He flew into her face and used his beak to go into her eye. and then just
So
flew off. He thought she was prey.
was she okay?
I don't know. I just seen the part where she flew into her eye. That's all they show.
Oh my
But
gosh.
this right here, look at this bird right here. This bird right here. Money looks
Flew
like a
into her
bullet. He's like a
Lord.
bullet. This bird right here. Duke is like a bullet. Check this.
For anyone.
Check this bird.
Wow.
A bird. You don't even see it. That's the bird right here, the peregrine falcon. Fastest bird on the planet. Peregrine falcon.
Mm. Is it big?
It's about maybe, I guess, as big as your forearm.
Okay.
See money? Bam. Kill the bird. I mean cat.
Wow.
You don't even see him coming. That's what he does. Bam. See how you don't even see him. You don't even see him coming. Fastest bird on the planet.
Oh
Peregrine
my
falcon.
gosh.
Yeah, the Lord is no joke, man. When you sit there and go, the Lord is crazy, son. My man put his wings in and just starts, he's crazy, like a bullet.
Mm-hmm.
Fastest bird on the planet, 200 and something miles an hour. Sorry, up to 300. Yeah, 200 something, 350 kilometers per an hour. I guess that would be, Alexa, 350 miles per kilometer is how many miles per hour?
350 kilometers per hour is about 217.48 miles per hour.
270 miles per an hour.
Wow.
And that's what he does.
217 miles per hour.
All right, man.
Crazy.
Okay, Alexa, stop. Yeah. I watch that all the time.
The eagles
I
are really fast too, though, right?
But they're not like him. Not like him.
Okay.
This dude is not the biggest bird. He's not the biggest bird. He's the fastest. When you look at eagles are big and fast, but this dude right here is on a different level.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's a falcon. This one here, he puts his wings in, move
It's
out
a
the way.
wrap.
It's a wrap. He sees you way before you see him. This dude kills cats.
Wow.
doesn't
Hey,
just kill
Liberated. Good to see you.
He kills cats too. So, yeah,
Man,
yeah.
they are
I can watch this
powerful.
all day. I can watch this all day.
When I saw the eagle pick up the goat, I said, that is, I never would have imagined that, you know?
He'll probably pick up one of the nephews.
Wow.
How much the nephews weigh?
I don't even know.
If you had to guess.
Maybe, I don't know, 20 pounds.
That's a wrap. Money is food.
Wow.
20 pounds, he's food.
Oh my
20
gosh.
pounds is nothing. 20 pounds is nothing for them. He's food.
Good night, Danny.
Yeah, he's food. Keep him away from the golden eagle.
That is something.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But let's
Yeah, Scam is asleep. My bad, Scam. He was tired.
Scam, you there? Scam sleep.
He
Okay.
out of there. He's sitting at his desk and he fell asleep.
Poor
He
man.
don't even know what's going on right now.
It's all good.
He was really crying out for help when he said, all right, I'm gonna drop.
Yeah.
He didn't want to see another video.
Right. He was trying.
Blue Jay said, I've seen an eagle scoop up a shark. What?
I don't know.
In a video a few years ago, and I've
Baby
had
shark, maybe a baby
a
shark.
new perspective on them since. Wow.
Yeah. Baby
Oh
shark.
yeah. Scorch said go to sleep. That's true.
Yeah, let's go to sleep.
All right. Well, thanks everybody for tuning in. We'll be back Wednesday. Thank you so much for your dedication to the show, Bolo.
No
I
doubt.
appreciate you. Please subscribe if you guys are new here and hit the like. Oh, I was looking at the comments. And Scorch, are you going live Sunday? I've been looking in like every Sunday. So hopefully you go live this Sunday.
Lord willing. something came up. We had to tell you something came up. But Lord,
Okay. Love you too, Blue Jay.
yeah, Lord
And
willing,
please subscribe to. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Lord willing, we'll be ready. We'll go on Sunday.
Okay. Please subscribe to Bolo's channel. Can somebody put his channel in the chat, please? He goes live every Tuesday through Friday, 7 a.m. Central.
Eastern
6 Central.
Central. Yes.
Yes. And Tuesday nights, there is a prayer service. You can put in your prayer request, and there's a Bible study that's done with Vaughn and Scorch. It's awesome. I recommend everyone attend the morning reads Tuesday through Friday and Tuesday night. And then there's Testimony Friday, which is awesome. And Scorch's show on Sunday. The time varies. I would say 6:30, 7.
His time it usually comes on 8 Eastern Standard, Central Standard. It would be thank you, Donnie or Danny. It would be 5 o'clock Central. No, 5 o'clock Central, right?
But I know today
You're
show
Central.
7.
Are you Central or
I'm
Pacific?
Central. I'm Central.
Okay, so it would be 5 o'clock Pacific Standard, and it would be 7 o'clock Central.
Got it. Okay.
Y'all figure it out, man. Y'all.
Yeah, just subscribe and you'll see the time up there,
Right.
depending on what part of the country
Or
you're
the world.
in.
Or the
The
world.
world, yes. But please subscribe. Hey, Truth. Good morning. Good to see you. We're about to end now. If you guys missed the portion where we discussed physically free, but yet mentally bound by the past, please go back and watch the beginning of the stream. I love each of you. I pray that you have a very blessed week. And if God says the same, we will be back this Sunday night at 9:30. Blessings to everybody.
Don't really care what they doing over there. Doing my own thing, staying in my own lane. I'm not judging. You go ahead, baby girl, do you? Is it cool? It's cool. But I don't wanna be nobody else. I wanna be myself. I'm not a blending. I'm not a blended kind of girl. Telling how you can see the pain these people living in. Oh, I'm trying to fit in. No true purpose, just paying off a temporary gain. Gaining the whole world, but losing your soul. I really hate watching y'all fold. Everything is conditional, so please go choose safety. My Lord is willing, have you talked to him lately? I know we fall down and get up, yeah, we be tripping. Perking your ear until the Lord, can you please just listen? So much evil everywhere you look and turn. Watch you fight and pray, I'm gonna need you to learn. We won't win if we stay stagnant and won't rise above in a world filled with hate. Show more love. Show more love. In a world filled with hate, show more love. This ain't a game, y'all. Enemy out here stealing lives, y'all. Playing our face and we distracted when we see them take they fall, y'all. Wake up, we out here sleeping and the enemy steady creeping. Can you hear